Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Running a little late here, so give me a second to get everything set up. Oh. There you go. I have you guys. Hey, Mona. Hey, bearded. What? No. Brenda. Sorry. Good morning to you both. How's everything sound and look today? Just out of curiosity. Not really monitoring the stream, so I got to go off your guys' word. Can you guys hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Loud and clear. Good. That's good to hear. 4x4. That's the military talking to you there, Mona. 4x4. Oh, boy. Yeah, I was up a little bit late trying to get all this stuff working, the things that were broken yesterday, and I didn't get to bed till like 4 in the morning, and I had to be up at like 6:45. So today should be an interesting day, needless to say. So I ended up setting up TTS, which is talk to speech, Um, and you guys should be able to hear what you guys type. Has that been working for you guys? And do you like it? Is it too loud, too quiet, just annoying? I personally have not, I don't have it on my end, so I can't hear it, at least at this moment. I'll play with it once I have a chance to. Don't hear it. Okay. Interesting. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't hear it coming across too. Something broke with it the other day, the audio line. I don't know if it has something to do with switching over to a different profile on the computer when I remote into it, or what the situation is. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay. I'm actually kind of disappointed it keeps breaking. Let's see. We are headed to Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Um, well, Amaro actually. We're actually going to do asphalt today, so we're not doing millings. We've got 3 cellular connections today. We've got a hotspot and 2 phones that are all carrying the load of the stream right now. Because I spent way too many hours last night trying to figure out why it didn't work yesterday. And I got it working, so hopefully it stays stable. The real test is going to be when we start hitting dead zones and internet start dropping out and whether it recovers. Well, thank you. I missed all you guys too there, Ray. I'm hoping to do this on the regular, so hopefully every day I'm working, I'll be out here. We can have conversations. We can do whatever you guys want. My job, like I said before, I don't know if you saw my little short or not. Um, we got away from doing more of the rural country stuff to actually working more commercial businesses and stuff. So hopefully, being that we're doing a lot of businesses, or gonna be, I don't know exactly where this job is yet. other than the address. Um, we'll be in cities where cell service is a lot better. No, no, I'm not going to add a train horn to my truck. Partially because of the fact that hopefully soon I'm getting a new truck, and this won't be my truck anymore. And I'll have a brand new truck that'll probably be the truck I'll drive till I retire. Now that truck I might put a train horn on. So that would be fun. Yeah, they were good days. Like I've said before, though, my only regret is that I didn't really have the opportunity to participate in the actual protesting. I was uh, I was too wrapped up on working on stuff, so I kind of missed out on that experience. If I would have done it a little different, I probably would have taken a little bit more proactive part in the convoy, other than a maintenance part. Yes, they did. Oh, now everybody, keep your fingers crossed that the stream stays running good. Because if you had tuned in yesterday, man, towards the end of the stream, if you got to like the last 4 hours, we finally kind of ironed it out, and it ran pretty good. But the first uh, the first bit sucked pretty bad. It was not good at all. It kept dropping the stream. Well, it kept dropping the video and the audio, and it was bad. And a lot of it had to do with just the area I was in. It's just a known dead spot, so there wasn't much I could do. Yeah. Yep. The driveway load. Yeah, this is going to be a first. The guys, when I get to work, are going to probably give me shit because I'm usually the first person to the job site, and I'm running about a half an hour late. But it is what it is. Everybody's entitled to be late every once in a while. It just sucks when I'm late because I'm the one with all the equipment, so everybody else just kind of stands around because they can't do anything till I get there. Because I'm the one pulling all the equipment. But yeah, just running on what 2 hours of sleep. I I was too fast to get up and out the door this morning. I don't have the video going right now because I'm using my GPS on my other phone. Just out of curiosity, how many people do we have watching right now? It says 9. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Who's all in the live watching? Shout out and say hi. Hey X, thanks for coming into the channel. X stand chill. Well, thank you for coming to watch me now. I appreciate it. I've struggled to try to figure out what kind of content to do because there's not really a lot of political stuff that happens around here. There's not a lot of rallies I can go cover and stuff like that. People that live on the East Coast or on the West Coast seem to have it a lot easier to be able to do that kind of stuff and cover protests and things. Me, I've had to be a little bit more creative. Hey, Tara, I've seen you posting on Facebook a few times. Looks like you left that restaurant you were working for that I met you at, and you're doing something on your own now. A few people. Polish Agnes, Mona, Minnesota Mike. Um, I've had hippie mama reach out to me a few times about car trouble things with her truck. I don't know, just a small handful. You know, Dustin, he reached out to me there and tried to hit me up for $30. I was kind of like, okay, that's weird. You guys might have known him as Real Time Media. Yeah, Mona is a legend. Yeah, you started your own catering business. Yeah, I knew it was some type of like private chef thing. Well, that's really cool. And there's Kimberly Sweets, Sweet Things herself. Good morning, Kimberly. Oh. Still trying to kick a cold I've had for, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sick anymore, but, ever since I had this cold, I developed a cough. It's definitely worse in the morning. So I apologize if I cough on you guys a few times. I'll try not to. Keep my germs to myself. Hey, Super Salty, how you doing? Yeah, actually, I thought about that uh, teaming up thing where we could go on a stream together one of these days. Um, I've actually got it set up that even though I'm not streaming through StreamYard, um, I can actually activate a StreamYard pretty much at any time. If I've got enough downtime that I can sit down and actually set it up. I can't do it while I'm driving, obviously, but I've got it set up where I can actually switch over from this to a StreamYard without dropping the stream. So one of these days, if I've got the time and you got the time, we can both get on a StreamYard together. I'm doing pretty good, just running a little bit late to work, which is not common for me. I was having some technical difficulties on my stream yesterday. It was horrible. And I spent way too much time last night messing around with it before I went to bed. Yes, sir. I was actually, I had a thought cross my mind a while back. Over the winter, I'm always looking for a winter job. I thought it might be funny, you always seem to need a driver to see if maybe I could come work for you over the winter. Yeah, having a dead battery's not good. Look at his boat. This guy needs a better receiver. That thing is so nose down. That's crazy. It's got a hitch on it. It can pull the boat. Okay, whatever floats your boat, dude. Literally, whatever floats his boat. Yeah, that's kind of the thought. I am very tired of Wisconsin winters. You know, and being in the asphalt industry, we pretty much shut down just before Thanksgiving. You know, if we even make it that long. So I'm always looking for my next new big adventure. You know, seeing how I've got the truck I took on the convoy with the camper, I pretty much can go pack up and go any place I want over the winter. I've got nothing really keeping me here. Only thing I have to check is see if my license is intrastate or interstate, because I don't remember which way I had it set up last, but that's nothing too crazy. Just got to go down to DMV, check a few boxes, and switch over. Make sure I was legal in California. Yep. Okay, be right back there, Salty. Sitting here watching the device that I'm using to stream this video out to my server at my house. And so I've got 3 cellular connections going right now. I've got the hotspot, I've got my Android phone, and then I've got my iPhone. And my iPhone's what I'm actually using to broadcast. But I've got a piece of software that's linking all 3 cellular connections together. And it shows me a percentage of how much data is going off of each output. And it's interesting to watch it shift around. Like I was going under back there in the section, and it was 100% on the cellular, and the other 2 were pretty much contributing nothing. You know, but on average, it's usually about 35% per connection. Yes, this is the same truck I was driving yesterday. I'll pretty much be in this same truck till the boss buys me a new one. You can tell because it's still got the duct tape on the mirror that you guys can see. The other driver drove it for a little while when we were figuring stuff out. We had gotten a new truck. We'd gotten a 2022 Western Star with a Detroit diesel 13-liter engine with an Allison automatic. Well, I'm always responsible for pulling the equipment because usually I'm always on time. And, so that's one of the reasons that they have me pull the equipment. But that, unfortunately, that truck just really struggled with this load. I don't know if it's because they turned the torque down on the engine to not blow up the transmission, but a hill like this where I'm pretty much holding the speed limit, I would be backing way down in that other truck. So this one's also got a 13-liter engine, but with the manual transmission, I think the torque numbers on the engine's output is a lot higher because this truck just doesn't struggle like that one did. So they initially put him in this. I can talk normal. Yeah, I got my window down. Sorry. All right, there we go. I forget that these glasses cancel out a lot of the truck noise. So initially the other driver was in this truck, and his way of fixing things is super glue and duct tape. Hence why there's duct tape on the mirror, and I just haven't gone to take it off. His type of repairs are the bane of my existence. I'm the type of person, super glue is fine in certain circumstances, but when you're using it for almost everything, it's just like, dude, just fix it the right way. There's stuff like he super glued in the switches for the windows and stuff, and I had to take the door panel off, and here I can't get the switches to come out to be able to get to a screw behind it to get the door panel off because I had to work on something. Like, are you crazy? Hello, Chakwa. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so he was driving this truck for a little while, and then I put him in the Western Star because, well, But I'll tell you, now that I've been in a truck that has an actual automatic, I miss it. It's definitely a luxury, especially getting older, to not have to work the clutch and, not that I work the clutch very often because I float the gears, but still having to shift the gears all the time. It wouldn't be so bad if I was an over-the-road truck driver. If I was an over-the-road truck driver, you pretty much put it in, you drive 500 miles or whatever in one gear. Me driving dump truck, and I'm more in and out of cities all the time. I'm shifting all the time. Have you ever heard of microwave pulse with weapons? I believe I have. Those are energy-directed weapons. A lot of times they use them to, take down drones and stuff, I think. Fry the circuitry. Yeah, so back to what I was saying. I just, if you're gonna fix something, fix it right the first time. Don't just patch it. Terrorizing people that are flying drones, or What have you been terrorizing for 4 years now? Ugh. Oh, I missed the buy them for 4 years. So you've been terrorized by microwave pulse weapons or by drones? Well, that's not fun. The weapons. Oh, I didn't realize they had made it into like normal people's hands. I thought that was more of a military DARPA, type thing, kind of like the like railguns and stuff. They exist, but they're not like popular yet. That's no good. Looks like somebody dropped some gravel. Literally like a trail of gravel. Like they had a hole in their gate or their gate wasn't fully latched. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the question is who would they investigate? You got to know who's doing it. Hey, son, honey, good morning. Welcome to the stream. This is an hour and 15 minutes away from my house. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't really played with any of the word filters or the stuff like that. It's pretty much just been whatever it was back from the convoy on those settings. So if I need to make adjustments, I can't do it right now because obviously you can see I'm, you know, probably rolling with close to 80,000 pounds of weight, and I don't really have time to pull over for it. But I will definitely take a look. But my mod Kimberly Sweets, if she says that they're good to put up, she can definitely approve them. So, you know, yeah, I apologize for that. I didn't think it was that restrictive, but I did notice on a couple of streams there were some weird things that were getting flagged for review. I was like, why is this getting flagged? It wasn't anything that special. So, yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it. So, thank you for bringing it to my attention. No, I get it. I get it wasn't a do it now. Yeah, I let's see. YouTube hates when you use the word commie and tries to delete the chat altogether. Yeah, no, I get you. Um, and I did see your other comment about the you don't have any trolls. I don't really have any trolls either. I mean, I did when I was in the convoy a little bit, but you know, a lot of them I wouldn't say we're friends, but we're we can talk. You know, um, they understand that I, just like I understand they, don't have the same political views, but at my core, they know I'm a good person. So, you know, I wasn't out there grifting for money in the convoy. I was just basically there helping people, so, there was never really a lot to try to troll me about because I didn't have any real things that they could be like, yeah, this guy's scum or something. So, and I'll have Charlie Cheswick and Al Munson and uh, Telescope, and they'll pop in here every once in a while, and you know, just be like, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Blah blah blah. Nothing crazy. They just pop in and say hi every once in a while. So that's nice. Yeah, YouTube is definitely a left wing organization. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we actually talk. He actually calls me. I call him every once in a while. We shoot the shit here and there. Um, yeah, I don't know. He's said a few things. Like when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, he was not. He was definitely in troll mode. Said a lot of really negative things, and I'm just that person. I don't care if you're my worst enemy. You know, I'm not gonna go out there and just be like, blah 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 blah, about this person. You know, my philosophy with that stuff is, um, once you pass away, any wrongs that you pretty much did, you paid the ultimate price. It's just done and it's in the past. I'm just not, you know, I'm just not. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. It's in the past. That person's, dead. It's just whatever it is. So I don't know. Yeah, it's too bad you can't Chakawa. It's too bad you can't move. Get away from those people. Yeah, I know YouTube is owned by Google. Get that 100%. Yeah, that's not good. I'm just kind of curious. What did you do that got you on the radar so bad that they're putting in all this effort and energy to get you? You want to know the one thing that annoys me about YouTube is that you can't play music because unfortunately then you get a copyright infraction because there's something that squeaks in this truck and it's nothing. I don't know what it is. It just is what it is, and every vehicle's got its quirk. Um, but normally I just crank the music and I don't have to listen to it. But when I'm live streaming, I can't really play music because I'm trying to engage with you guys, so I don't want to have music blasting in the background. But yeah, no, it's just a little annoying to listen to that thing squeak as I'm driving on the road. Just out of curiosity, how many people do we got watching right now? Again, like I said, I'm using 3 different devices, and none of them am I pulling a video feed. 12. That's about what we had yesterday. I don't know. I don't know how many people we got up to. Hopefully, if the stream stays a little steadier today, we'll get some better viewership. I was actually really excited for yesterday because we had we as a group, because you guys are my people, me. We had 1,000 people watch the short video I did announcing on the 21st that we were going to go live on the 22nd. So just makes me wonder how many people popped in, and saw that the stream was struggling, and then just said, yeah, I'm out of here. So hopefully some of those people clock back in today and go, hey, the stream's working. My next task is going to be I'm going to try to get some of those interactive games in the chat for you guys. Are there any of those chat games that you guys like? Try to make sure I figure those out and get them installed. Because channels definitely grow a lot because of chat interaction. And that's also the other thing too, is yeah, my stream's kind of relaxed, because of the fact that we don't have trolls. Oddly enough, love them or hate them, having a few guys in your chat trolling, getting a couple little arguments going and stuff, actually helps the channel, because you get more and more chat flow, less people just sitting there and listening to the stream. So it is a crazy thing. Yeah, I might have to stop at a gas station, pick up a couple little energy drinks for today. Because I'm definitely going to be feeling the fact that I only slept 2 hours. I work for an asphalt company. We do driveways and parking lots and private roads and stuff like that. And I drive the dump truck. I pull the equipment. I also fix and maintain the equipment. Um, I do repairs. If we break down on the site, I do repairs. I keep us running. So that's what I do. So I'm the longest employee with this company, so I'm pretty much the boss's right hand man. You know, whether I'm technically their boss or not, I've got that respect from all the other employees that they know that if I say something, it's pretty much because the boss probably told me to tell them. So nobody really gives me a lot of flack about it. Yeah, I worked hard on getting the TTS working last night, so I got to figure out what's glitching it out because it worked fine last night, but then I remote desktoped in and now it's not working. So I don't know if remote desktoping into the server is breaking it. So if I get a chance, I'll try to get that text to speech working. Eric, oh boy, the convoy days. Some great days. Hi, Jackie. Welcome to the stream. No, I'm running, I got a Windows 10 computer. So how this is set up is I'm using a Apple phone with a program called Moblin, and I'm broadcasting not directly to YouTube, but I'm broadcasting to my computer at home. And then my computer at home picks up what I'm sending out, and it sends it out to YouTube. Now, where the benefit of doing that is that if something happens, my internet connection just dies, the stream stays going. So I consider, and I can always reconnect later, which is nice. It definitely keeps the connection going. So that's what it does. But I'm actually using an Alienware R2 computer, which was originally a competitor for Xbox and PlayStation. If you're into any type of gaming, you'll have heard of Steam Games. They made their own little platform box called the Steam Box or whatever, and it was an Alienware R1. It's just this little small, like, it's smaller than like a cable box. It's just this little box, but that is what's doing all the work. And the thing is like old. I mean, it's at least 10 years old, but it's doing it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Windows 11. It's just it's too bloaty for me. But yeah, that's the technical setup. And then if you missed it, the Moblin app allows me to bond multiple internet connections together. So I have a hotspot, I've got a second phone, and then I've got the iPhone. So we've actually got 3 different cellular connections bringing this stream out to you. No, it's bigger than a Raspberry Pi. I'm trying to think what would be a comparable size. Off the top, I mean, you could just look up a Alienware R1 Stream OS box and see it, but I don't know. I really I'm blanking on what I could compare it to. Keep in mind, I'm only running on 2 hours of sleep, so my brain's not functioning 100%. I think it's bigger than what a CD case would be, so that wouldn't be a comparison. Um, I just can't think of anything. It's probably like 10 by 10, 10 inches by 10 inches, I think. And then it's about maybe 4 inches, 4 or 5 inches thick. I think that's probably about the best I could do because I can't think of anything I can relate it to that would match it size for size. But the nice thing, the reason it works so well is because it had its own integrated graphics for playing video games. So that's what ended up being a good thing for it. Hey, Super Salty, welcome back. So that's why it worked out as a good computer to sit here and rebroadcast my stream, is because it had that capability already. And it was just collecting dust, sitting in a corner doing nothing. So I decided to make it into a little server. But Fry TV and Gary from I always forget his channel name. Um, he's got a couple of them. He took over a couple, and I'm blanking on it. If Kimberly, if you're in and you can remember what Gary's interstate something whatever his link is, a reminder would be appreciated. But yeah, he was also saying that they want me to multi-stream and go on Twitch and Kick and a whole bunch of other platforms, but this computer's not quite strong enough to do that type of stuff. It can do one stream to YouTube, maybe two. But if I start doing YouTube and, all these other platforms, I would have to get a more powerful computer. But I actually have one. I kind of forgot about it when I first started all this. So this is kind of the test bench computer. I've actually got a laptop that's substantially newer. That was a gaming laptop that has a much beefier video card and beefier processor and RAM, but the actual monitor flaked out. I don't know if it's the LCD that went or if it's a cable or what exactly happened, but it just one day it decided like somebody pulled the cable on it and just went blank. And I found out I could plug an HDMI cord into the side of it, and I could still get video out. So, I mean, I could easily turn it into a server. So that's probably, as the channel grows and I need to replace the server I got, I'll just probably switch over to that one. And that one's a laptop. No, I think it was called the Alienware Alpha R1. And then they also had an R2 that was a little bit nicer. But I had the R1. Yeah, I think it's like Interstate Travels is one of them. He's got two of them. If I could normally, like I said, if I wasn't driving, I could easily go in and he'd pop right up in my, because I'm subscribed to him. But I don't have any free hands at the moment. Interstate travels, yeah, something like that. I think it's something like that. Yeah, certain things I don't. You know, I have found that in a sense because the internet and things have become so good at remembering things for you that I don't tend to hold on to a lot of that stuff anymore because it's like, how many people how many people remember phone numbers? It's just kind of like you kind of know that once you put it in your phone, it's in your phone, so you don't think to really take the time to sit down and remember the number other than your number. You'll remember your number because you got to give it to people, but you don't tend to remember everybody else's number. You put it in your contacts and you're just done. It's an i5, and I think it's like a fourth gen Intel. So, like I said, it's pretty old. I mean, we're on, I don't know exactly what we're on, but we were on 14th gen before they went to this whole new Core Ultra um, setup that they have. So, I mean, I guess we're on like the 15th or 16th gen, I guess. So, yeah. So a fourth gen item is pretty old. I think the laptop is like a seventh or eighth, so it's a substantial increase. Yeah, I wish when YouTube would have you when you're on the mobile app or even on the computer. I wish anybody that was live would automatically pop up to the top of your subscribe list. It's so annoying to have to scroll the whole list just to find out if somebody's live or not. I'm not 100% sure mine did. I think the Alpha R2 maybe had USB 3. Mine probably had USB 2. But I really don't need USB ports. It's doing everything through the network cable. There's nothing really plugged into it. It gets the data through the Ethernet cable, and then it sends the data back out through the Ethernet cable. So there's really nothing plugged into it. Oh. That guy was definitely going to wait for me. It probably came originally with Windows 8. Well, it came with either Windows 8.1 as an option, but I think they shipped originally with SteamOS, which is actually a Linux-based distribution. I'm not sure if it was off of like a Ubuntu Debian or whatever, but I think they originally came with SteamOS with the option, um, or you had Windows and you could put SteamOS on it. One of the two. I don't remember, but I know that was an option for it to go either way. Maybe it's what you wanted to pay for it. If you paid for the Windows version, you got the Windows. If you wanted the cheaper version because they didn't have to pay Windows licensing, then then you got the Linux version of it, which would have been fine by me because putting Windows on a computer doesn't is nothing. Woofed. Oh, we got a nice look view of the lake straight ahead of us. Through the trees. My little piece of ocean. Uh, Um, in nowadays money, I don't know. I mean, I think back in the day it was like a $400 or $500 computer, maybe. They were trying to be competitive with Xbox and PlayStation, so maybe it was $599, somewhere around there. I know it was substantially more expensive, but it was substantially cheaper than a gaming computer, and it was just kind of a in between, you know, it was kind of an in between type thing. But it's weird because it's got a USB or it's got a HDMI in and an HDMI out. So it was trying to be like a set top box so that you could kind of daisy chain it between like your cable box and whatever. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what kind of functionality I could do with that. Now that it's not running as that kind of box anymore. I don't know if when it was shut off, it would automatically just switch over the input. I never really used that feature. I was kind of like, eh. Kind of like the Xbox. The Xbox always had that feature too, where you could kind of put it in between your cable box. Never used that either. Hello, EMB from Northeast Texas. Sorry, I don't want to say Northwest because you probably get mad at me because there's probably like a Northeast and Northwest uh, argument. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're the plan is to be doing this every single day that I work. Which at the beginning of the season, this being the beginning, we may have a little bit of a patch where we might have a couple of days that we're not working, but once we get consistent, we'll be consistent. So, uh, Interstate Travel Crew Gary. Yep, that'd be it. I'm in north central Mississippi. Cool. I'm in Wisconsin, east central, I guess. No, I don't. He followed the convoy, but I don't think Gary was actually in it. Hello, hello. Hello. I don't know where Hayfield Doctor is. Too late. Alright. See, Hayfield Doctor. Frick is Hayfield Doctor. Tell me to go down some road and I can't find the damn road. Notre Dame. Uh, why didn't he give me the address to where I gotta go? Cornhusk, Pasture Lane. Alright, I gotta try calling him back, and because I'm using my actual phone for streaming. If the video drops out, actually, I'm just gonna put you guys on the Be Right Back screen or on the phone call screen. If the video drops out, I'll be able to come back. Don't worry about it. Don't leave the stream. I'm gonna let you listen to some music while I make a call real quick to my boss. All right, hold on, guys.
I'm just here killing time with all my friends.
We're gonna. I'm gonna go up that. Yeah. All right. All right, guys. I don't know why it automatically switched from muted to main. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. I'm gonna put you guys back on muted because I've got to help unload the equipment, and I'll let you guys listen to some music while I go and do that. So, all right, see you guys in just a little.
Time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good. Not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that. When I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands, and I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. Driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like this, still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric on my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit it down with a jukebox moan. Pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig felt right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So double barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again, so glad. Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again, road again. Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease. Then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh. Back's piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt. And the whole crew leaned in. We roll, we roll. Pass the dollar sign. Keep the wheels alive. Keep the stories live. On the road again. On the road again.
All right, hello everybody. I'm back. All right, so gotta pull up an address real quick. Again, if the video blanks out, don't worry. Stream's not gonna go down. But I gotta use my phone to do that, so I'll be right back. Ooh. Yeah. Ah. Okay, we are back. You guys hear me okay? Sorry about all the flip-flopping. Hopefully none of you guys got sick from it. I saw the camera was doing a little flippy flop while I was trying to do my thing. Yeah, unfortunately, because I'm using my normal phone for streaming, which I hate doing, but the app is only available on Apple, and that happens to be my daily driver phone. Um, I don't have any of my contacts for like where I have to go for asphalt in my other phone, so I'm gonna have to do that probably tonight. Is switch over some contacts if this is gonna be a long-term thing. But it is nice that there's an option that they added. Normally, iPhones, as soon as you pop out of an app, it shuts the app off. But they figured out with this streaming software, Moblin, that if they put it in like a picture-to-picture window, kind of like YouTube does when you exit out of YouTube, it'll have that little pop-up window. It keeps the program running in the background. So it's a little annoying because you got to move it around to get it out of your way to do stuff in other apps. But the nice thing is it keeps the stream going. So that's pretty cool. All right, so let me stop real quick and just catch up on the chat. You still got the solar golf cart. Yes, but they will not let me ride around town. So it's been parked in one spot for 2 years. Said they don't not let people ride it around town. Town adopted golf carts. Blah, blah, blah. Took them away from us 3 years ago. They still on country roads legally ride side by sides. Town frowns on blah, blah, blah. So many blah, blah, blah. We have higher laws and higher taxes, less freedom. 10-4 on that. Cool beans. So did the music stick around, or did it like automatically change off? Because it was supposed to stay around. I don't know. I did a lot of screwing around with this last night. Hence, I don't know if you were here for this conversation earlier. I do have all 3 cellular connections going, and we are on the bonded network today. And so far, and I'm going to jinx it by saying this, it's been flawless. But we are going to be going to Eden, Wisconsin today, which is in the middle of nowhere. So we're definitely going to be trying these. We're going to be trying these cellular connections out. We're definitely going to find out if stuff wants to go. Oh, yeah, she's struggling right now, I can see. Yeah, she's struggling to keep 3 megabits per second. Hey, I made that fry. of the lyrics of. All right, so we're back. It's funny that we didn't lose signal because we went down this road facing the other way. I wasn't able to get the Wii boost, so that's probably what it is. It's the metal box behind me. There we go, we're back. Yeah, it's a funny thing with the having a big metal Faraday cage behind you. You know, you can go down the same road facing one direction, and all your signal's blocked by the big metal cage behind you. So you lose all signal going the opposite way on the same road. But, I mean, if this stays working, I could potentially get some external antennas for my hotspot and put them on top of the truck. And I did find my big Wii Boost, my big heavy-duty one, but I had a broken cable that I have to replace. But I couldn't find my little one, which is a little bothersome. So I'll order a new cable for the big Wii Boost, and I've got a mount. I've got actually a open trucker's mount on my truck I can install it on. So we're just going to keep getting better. We're going to get this signal quality to where I can be almost in the middle of nowhere and we can keep the signal going. But like I was saying, Fry, I made that AI music. And you know how it works. I mean, I put the lyrics in of what I wanted it to kind of say, and then it does its own little twist to it because it won't do anything word for word. But I mean, I inspired all four of the songs, so you know, I made them. with the help of AI. Yeah, but Fry, you got to remember, if I didn't have signal on two of them, or weak signal already going in there, and I only was running on one, because I'm on three different networks. I've got, well, let me think about this. I'm on two different networks in actuality. I'm on I got two on Verizon and one on AT&T. So I wasn't looking at what the Verizon ones were doing, but if when I went down that road, the Verizon was struggling, but AT&T was strong, and then all of a sudden I'm going the opposite way of the tower, and I got this big metal box behind me as a Faraday cage, and I turn around, now no signal's getting out. So, but like I said, I can go and I can get some external antennas for my hotspot and put them on the outside of the truck, and I can potentially get my WeBoost going. So I just have to get a new antenna cable because it got pinched between my door on my pickup truck. So we're just gonna get better and better. Yeah, no, I've got it set up so yeah, it automatically switches. That way you guys got something to watch when I go into a low bandwidth situation. It's one of my sunrise videos I did in the back of the day. I figured it was nice and peaceful, instead of music. It was just a nice little, you get to hear the waves crash. I don't know, Fry. That's the first time it dropped the entire way here. So, and I can actually see on the actual server that the bonded connection's coming in as a bonded connection. So, I believe it's working. Well, I mean, technically, I don't know if it's helping or hurting. I mean, it's helping to share the load. I mean, if we start having troubles with it, I'll take that under advisement, and we'll try that for diagnostic purposes if we need to. But like I said, so far, except for that small little stretch of road, it's held up pretty good. I mean, for an hour and 15 minutes, it was perfectly fine. So, we'll figure it out. Yeah, Fry, do you still stream? He's going to tell you, yes, he streams every day on Twitch. He's got a radio station with a whole bunch of music that he made with AI and a couple other ways, I guess, that he runs live 24/7, which I could actually pipe into to the channel if anybody wants to hear it. I don't know if it's too loud, but if you guys want to hear a sampling of Fry's music, I can facilitate that. I don't have it set up right now where I can hear it because for some reason the audio didn't want to come to my phone, but it did go to OBS, so I can play it for you guys. I will have to do that when it's safe for me to pull over and futz with my phone. And then you guys will also have to tell me if it's too loud or too quiet. But we'll do that the first chance I get to sit here and pull over and do it. Which, according to the GPS, will be about 30 minutes from now. Well, Ray, why don't you have Twitch? All the cool kids have Twitch. You want to be one of the cool kids, right? Everybody wants to be one of the cool kids. Thank you very much, Kimberly, for posting Fry's link. I appreciate it. Just out of curiosity, how many people do we have watching right now? Yep. I am running the hotspot today. I'm running the physical hotspot, and then I've got the two phones connected to its Wi-Fi, and then I've got the bonding connecting all three. And it's actually kind of cool. It on average, it puts about a 35% load on all three connections, roughly. 37, 30, whatever. Whatever percentages, but they all average about 35 to 37% load on each connection. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Latoya. There it is. I had to process that in my brain a little bit. Well, welcome to the channel, Latoya. Thank you for coming in. No, I have not heard from Mudpig. Pretty much after the convoy, I mean, I think he did a little bit of streaming and then just kind of gave it up. I'm not 100% sure why or how or... But yeah, I know he ended up working for, who the hell was that? Mike. He ended up going to work for Mike for a little while, doing some contract work with him. Well, that's pretty cool, Latoya, that you got a channel. What's your channel about? Yeah, he was kind of known for his long hair. That's kind of weird that he would cut it off. But I guess, I mean, everybody has changes. I mean, there was a time I got really, really sick and my hair got really long, and I was so close to having a British ponytail, and I always wanted one for the longest time, so I just let it grow, and I had hair down to like the middle of my back for a while there. And then I realized what it was like to be a woman with long hair. And I sat here and said, screw this, I'm cutting it off. I had a British ponytail, and if I went out on like the motorcycle, I got so much wind whipping, tangling the hair, and having to wash it and clean it, and deal with the split ends. And I'm like, yeah, this is for the birds. Yeah. But it was funny because I'd have women come up, if I had my hair down, I'd have women that were getting a little drunk at the bar. Not that I go to the bar very often. I only usually go there to shoot pool with a couple of my buddies. But they'd come over and they just felt out, entitled that they could just come over and start playing with my hair. I don't know. That was kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, it sucked. Sucked that he passed away, that Bryant passed away. Um, I haven't seen any recent videos. I mean, Saznak's become a little bit more. I think his videos have become a little bit more spotty. They're not as predictable, you know. And if they are, I'm not aware of what time he goes on live. So I haven't personally seen him live in a while. I should reach out to him. Last I knew, he had a job, and this could be really out of date information, but he had a job where he was coming up to Wisconsin, down up to Milwaukee, picking up these advertising trailers or something, with like a pickup truck. He wasn't even using a semi anymore, and he was driving them out to like Las Vegas and stuff. So yeah. I don't care if Kimberly wants to drop your link. I mean, I guess I'd like to know what your channel is about before, I promote it, on mine. But as long as it's nothing bad, I guess I will leave it up to my moderator, Kimberly, to determine whether or not your content is clean. We keep a pretty clean channel. If she feels it's clean, she'll post a link. And we'll go from there. Somebody remind me when we get to the plant in about 22 minutes to double check my hotspot to make sure it's charging, because it didn't seem like it was charging up today. It had a full battery, but I need to either do something with it, change the cables around, or something, because when I plugged it in, it didn't sit here and seem like it was charging up. So I need to check to see if it's still full or whatever. Unfortunately, it's on the opposite side of the truck. I tried to keep it as far away from the other cell phones so that it wouldn't interfere with them trying to broadcast. So I can't easily just reach over and look at it, but definitely give me a friendly reminder. Yeah, Saznak had great content. He was a really good storyteller, and guy could just talk your ear off. I enjoyed, the little bit that I watched him because I don't really have a lot of time where I sit down and I watch other streamers. YouTube for me is more of a resource tool. Like if I'm trying to diagnose something or figure out how something works that I've never worked on before, just to get some eyes on it before I tear it apart. That's what I kind of use YouTube for, is more of a learning tool than a form of entertainment. So I don't tend to watch too many streamers that often. But I caught a few of Saznak's, and like his bus build was very interesting, and his RV or his van conversions to turn them into little RVs was really cool. So you know, but yeah, Saznak was traveling all over the country, and he was going to keep on posting. I hope he's okay. I suppose I could at some point reach out to him. I still have his number. Give him a call, just see how he's doing. I'll have to remind myself to do that at some point. Oh, no, 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 no. Chocataw. You can't call him a mechanic. He will not like it if you call him a mechanic. He's here, and we had a long conversation. We didn't go live, but he came. He was in Wisconsin, and we went out to eat together. And I'm a very respectful person, in a lot of ways. Um, and he asked me if I wanted to go live, and I'm like, it wasn't having you come and hang out with me and go out to dinner as you were passing through was not about going live. If you want to do it, we can do it. I didn't care. I wasn't trying to grow my channel at that point in time. I wasn't trying to chase clout, and like get subscribers and all that stuff. So I just enjoyed his company. But we had a conversation where he sat here and he made it very specifically clear that Saznak is not a mechanic. He sat here and he's a carpenter. He's a handyman that way. But when it comes to actual mechanical engineering or mechanical repairs and stuff, he is the first one to sit here and say that he is in no way, shape, or form a mechanic. He told me some story about a Ford Pinto that he had, and I don't remember all the exact details about it, but as I remember the story kind of going, it turned out really bad. It was, it was definitely proof that he has no business doing anything, with engines or whatever. And he's the first one to admit that. So, yeah, that's kind of funny. I got Saznak a ton of subs back in the day. I pushed his channel. I got him over 50,000 subs when we rated. Yeah, yeah, that'd be nice. It was definitely a lot easier to get subscriptions back in the convoy days. I mean, you know, I had 1,000, 2,000 people watching my video or my lives every single day. I mean, literally, just one of the big streamers had to sit here and say you existed and posted your link, and people were so hungry for content about what was going on that they would literally jump on anybody's streams. And like I said, I'd have 1,000 viewers easy. Flip it on and just watch the numbers scroll faster than you could believe. Yeah, I kind of wonder how well these channels are doing, Because I know Trucker G still streams. Again, I don't know how frequently. I don't catch them very often. But I wonder what kind of numbers they bring in post convoy. You know, just kind of curious about that. Choctaw. Did I get it right? Choctaw? I will definitely try. My memory for names, phone numbers, things like that, pronunciation is not the greatest, but I will definitely try my best effort. And if I fumble it again, please remind me again. It's not anything with you. It's just It's everybody's got their strengths and their weaknesses, and that's one of my weaknesses. Oh, he no longer drives, really? Do you want to elaborate on what happened? That he's not driving anymore? Oh, that sucks. Sold the truck a few years ago. So did he say what he's doing now? An office job. Wow, that's a very interesting pivot from truck driver to an office job. Huh. Oh, with a trucking firm. I guess that makes a little bit more sense. So he's probably a dispatcher or something. You know, where he has to interact with the truck drivers, and being that he is a truck driver or was, he would probably work in that position really well because he understands loads. So he probably bids jobs and finds loads and things like that, I'm guessing. So I guess that's not as far of a pivot, but still is, I guess. Well, good for him. I mean, you know, I've never personally driven over the road. I've always been a local boy. Um, but I mean, just some of the horror stories I've heard from people that have been over the road. It's a very hard job to be in. There's a lot of stupidity and bullcrap that you really have to deal with. Well, thank you. I appreciate the sub. Just out of curiosity, did any special like animation or anything come up on the screen? I'm supposed to have something that's supposed to work when people sub to my channel. Um, but yeah, no. Back to what I was saying, the over-the-road truck driving thing. You know, there's just so much stupid stuff that's going on right now. You know, you've got all these foreigners that don't have driver's licenses that have these weird kind of a license situations, which they're willing to drive for next to nothing. And they're chasing the bottom, and they're willing to work for nothing. So it's hard to get a good rate on freight. So if you're an independent, it's really hard to make good money. Then you have all these situations where, like, you show up and you're supposed to be getting unloaded, and then next thing you know, you're sitting there for 6 hours, 8 hours, whatever, waiting to get loaded, and you're not, or unloaded or loaded, and you're not getting paid for that. And then if there isn't a load for you to pick up where you dropped off or near it, you may have to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles to go to your next load, and all that time you're not getting paid for either. So, all right, thanks, Kimberly. Well, that sucks. Yeah, when I test it, it comes up. Howdy, Hugh from Northwest Wyoming. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. I don't want to be reading from the chat. I'm supposed to have text to speech going. But even though I had it working last night, I don't know if when I remotely connect to my computer, if it breaks something, but something stops working. So I don't have the text to speech. I'm supposed to have it, and it's supposed to be working, but it keeps breaking when I actually get into the truck. So I'm going to try to figure that out again tonight. I thought I had it fixed last night to where I won't have to read the chat, and it'll actually just read it to me in my ears, and I'll be able to hear it. But yeah, it's not working for me today. But I do also have a 11-inch tablet on my dash with the font really, really big, pretty much in my line of sight for when I'm driving. So it's really a glance, and I still have the road in my peripheral, and I also only glance over. Like in this, where I am right now, there's nothing around me. There's no cars next to me. Well, there's a car now coming up by me. But I also make sure that before I glance over, that there's nothing around me. So, yeah, I don't like the reading the chat while driving, but it is what it is, you know. All right, catch you later, MB. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to be here all day, so feel free to pop back in later. So yeah, no, like I was saying, I'm definitely not a fan of the texting, or well, the reading of the chat and driving. But I mean, I do try to do it as responsible as I can. Hence why I spent $300 and some on a tablet that I could actually be able to read the chat on without straining. And paying an extra cellular connection just so that it doesn't affect the stream. So, like I said, I'm trying my best. Oh, that's awesome, Hugh. Yeah, I didn't have too many people that I met because I was usually at base camp. I didn't really go to a lot of the I didn't participate in a lot of the little rallies and get-togethers that other people went to. So it was very far and few. that people actually came up to me. But interesting factoid, I was at my local Tractor Supply, and I had a follower that lives like 2 streets down the road from me that called me out by Mechanic Eric at the Tractor Supply. So it's kind of funny how small this world actually is. All right, so we're getting off the freeway here. So it's going to be interesting to see how the cellular connections keep up. I know that this is kind of a very rural area where we're going to be going, so it'll be curious to see if we end up on that be right back screen or not, the low bandwidth screen. Yeah, Tommy's still doing his streams. His content has changed. He's evolving. It's definitely not a restreaming channel as much anymore, I don't think. I think it's safe to say that he doesn't really restream now. He's up to about almost, I think he's almost 10,000 subscribers. He was 9 something, 9 something and change. He's actually getting out. His last streams I've seen, he's doing a little bit more political. He's getting a little bit more into the Canadian political stuff. He's going out to some political rallies and covering like political news. For a while there, he was doing some really drama content, getting the trolls, fighting with them, having a good time with that, which probably helped to build his channel because drama always sells. Yeah, so no, he still streams. It's not as regular. He pops on kind of whenever the hell he feels like it. It's just kind of like, at one point he's over. At one point he's. Hold on one second. My AI thing was reading a notification to me, and it was kind of distracting. So whatever. Yeah, I think I lost my train of thought on that one. So yeah, but oh yeah, sporadic. Yeah, he's doing some content from his beach house or beach cabin or whatever the hell you want to call it. Holy crap, this road sucks. So yeah, and then he's still kind of live streaming, but it's very different. I haven't seen him do like a StreamYard in a little while. It's more he's just kind of talks with the chat, and him and the chat have good conversations. Kind of what he turned into. It's not illegal to live stream because it's not texting. I'm not actually typing into the keyboard. The actual texting is it's a lot more distractive. I can glance over. I can, I'll make more mistakes because I'll sit here and I'll glance. I don't actually read it. So I'm more speed reading it. I catch a couple keywords and then I whatever. But like I said, it's pretty much in my line of sight. You probably wobbly? What do you mean I'm probably wobbly? Snow on the ground. I did not see snow. I do not think we have snow. A little bit of white I'm seeing is the dried out corn stalks or whatever that are cut down. Hi, Kamala from Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so like I said, I really want to get this speech to or text to speech thing going. I think that would be a lot better. But in a sense, it also might be a little bit more distracting too. So I'm not. It's a double-edged sword. I mean, here without it, I can kind of ignore you guys and just keep rambling with my conversation. Then once I'm done talking, I can look back to see if you said anything, and then keep on going with the conversation. Where with the text to speech, trying to talk over it and trying to listen at the same time, that kind of multitasking kind of screws me up. So, like when my AI glasses interfere with me trying to talk because it's telling me some notification I got, it's kind of like, okay. So I'm not 100% sure how well, text to speech is going to work for me in all aspects. I mean, I think there's going to be pluses and minuses with it. Yes, no, kind of. I tried it because I've got the tablet, which is Android. It will do text to speech, and I checked out every app in the Play Store, every app. The problem is it'll read the entire chat, but anything new that comes up, it won't read. It won't continue. So it'll only read what is on the screen at the point in time that you tell it to start reading. So no, the text to chat that I have, or text to speech I have right now will work. I just got to figure out the virtual audio cable that links it together is what's breaking. The text to speech part of it is working. It's every text that you or everything you write is going into the program that's supposed to be sending it out. But unfortunately, it's just not the pipeline with the virtual audio cable to go from the one program that converts the text into speech and the program that actually broadcasts it. That virtual audio cable is what's breaking, and it seems to have something to do when I remote connect remotely from somewhere else. That's what seems to break it, which I just figured out pretty much this morning. So what I'll probably have to do is I'll probably have to remotely connect with the laptop or the tablet, and once I do that and I set the connection up, that'll probably make it stay stable. Otherwise, I've got another brand of virtual audio cable from another company, and I can swap it out for theirs and see if it'll work with that. So I'll just have to do some testing tonight, and I should, unless I'm just too exhausted, because I am only running on 2 hours of sleep. I should have this working tomorrow. So that's the plan. Which I'll probably go through all the work, and then I'll be like, this is for the birds, and I'll let you guys have it so it goes over the stream, and I'll turn it off on my end so I don't have to listen to it because it'll probably distract the hell out of me. Or I'll have to turn like slow chat on and put like a really monstrous delay on it. So that way it'll say something and it just doesn't repeat one thing after another. I'll have to probably put like a couple minute delay on it. Which then it'll be like when I had the really big streams where the chat would roll by and I'd be like 20, 25 minutes behind in the chat because I'm sitting here trying to read the chat and respond, and they just keep on chatting away, and it's like, and people will sit here and tell me like I'm 30 minutes behind behind the live. That was crazy. Well, yesterday was a very horrible experience when it came to streaming because it just nothing worked. I was very disappointed with how things went. And I was determined to get it working, and once I did, my brain was still running at 1,000,000 miles a minute, so I just couldn't shut my brain down. I was actually overly tired, so I function like that sometimes. I've been known not to drive commercially, but I've been known to drive 48 hours straight through. I just go into an autopilot mode. So trust me, if I actually started feeling drowsy or like it wasn't safe for me to be driving, I'd go home. Holy crap, I wish I could turn the screen to the left or the right. This is a really pretty view. I'm pretty high up on a hill, and to the left of me there's windmills and rolling hills and grassy fields, and to the left, pretty much the same thing without the windmills. It's very, very pretty. It almost looks like the Microsoft wallpaper. I think that was on Windows 10. Very pretty. Okay, you might have to explain that a little bit more to me. Changing the respiration changes the consciousness. Is that what I'm reading? You want to elaborate a little bit? Controlling the respiration. Yeah, if you want to elaborate on it a little bit more, I'd be interested. Okay, so you guys are with me. I don't know, the connection dropped. I didn't know if you guys were gonna come back till I got back out of the asphalt plant. We'll see if you guys get to see this or if when I turn it drops out, because I'll probably be blocking the cell service. But this will be kind of interesting for you guys to see. Stream's definitely struggling. Hey James, welcome to the channel. Hopefully you can hear me. Is it going to just a very pixelized picture and you guys can still hear me, or are you guys getting nothing right now? Because I can see that data is the data is definitely jumping around quite a bit here. Everything is trying its hardest to keep the picture up. It did not like me making this turn towards this direction. Yep, I'm picking up asphalt. I'm in a dump truck similar to the one in front of us. Yeah, this is a triaxle Volvo. I'm gonna mute for a second.
This would be a love song.
Here's the story of the 1940 cars in a nutshell. Best Specs Buick. See your nearest Buick dealer for complete details.
Overhead view of a grand new keyboard covered with glowing colored style. Ornate dust, copper pipes and rivet Victorian framed luminescent patterns posting neon rainbow colors like electric blue, magenta and rainbow color, magenta acid green, violet and gold veins like living bioluminescent circuits breathing. With dark smoky workshop background,
Ultra detailed textures, photorealistic cinematic composition, high contrast 8K, keyboard covered glowing colored coins.
Was this a coin song?
All right, looks like we got the stream back. So I turned on Fry's radio station. Yes, no, too loud, too quiet. I guess let me know, because I can't hear it.
Digital miss. Just one touch, love much. Feels like skin like within. Are you there, precious? Look, this that right line.
How's its volume compared to me? Am I having to like scream over it, or is it just quiet enough?
Digital sex. It's complex fire within. Feels like skin. I should have kissed you, my love. Trapped in skin love again. No, it's right.
Good.
It's not over.
Well, hopefully you guys like it. I have not, other than testing, I have not listened to it, nor am I listening to it now because, like I said, for whatever reason, the link that Fry gave me for it doesn't work on my phone. It kind of like half stutters and then just stops. So I'll get like 2 seconds of audio and then it just stops. So I don't know.
Should have kissed you, my love. Digital touch, feeling my dancing through virtual flux,
U30 music 20. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, if anything changes, if song gets really loud or something and I need to make a change, let me.
All aboard the Sonic Express. The next stop is the Crystal Castle. Fry will be your conductor for today.
If you really love me, you wouldn't make me dance. If you stepped into my mind, you see we're not the same. Dance. No, 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 no. Dance. Dance. No. If you really loved me, you wouldn't make me dance. If you could see it through my eyes, you'd see the alteration in my stance. Dance. Na, 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 na. Dance. No dance. No dance.
You're locked into Tricks FM. Disclaimer, locking into Tricks FM may cause uncontrollable smiling, spontaneous dancing, and a sudden urge to question everything you thought you knew. Side effects may include a heightened sense of joy, inexplicable cravings for biscuits, and an insatiable desire to tell all your friends. Tricks FM is not responsible
Well,
for
that's not
any
good that your
existential
pond went
crises
dry.
that may occur.
Beneath the frozen cathedral of tomorrow, where ice meets light in electric prayer, the Lyra sign pulses blue against the void, a beacon calling through the digital air. Fluorescent veins trace patterns on skin, glowing maps of where we've never been. Vintage microphones capture whispered truths in this palace built of pixels and youth. She sits enthroned on luminous glass, while silicon servants stand in the shadows. Hands dance across keys that breathe and think, each note a bridge between flesh and code. The pink guardian watches without judgment, witness to this marriage of soul and circuit. In the space between heartbeat and algorithm, we discover what it means to be infinite.
Just out of curiosity, how many people we have watching now?
The name echoes through crystalline halls.
8. That's surprising. It's good that we've had some first-time people jump in. You know, there's a couple of people that have popped in and said that they're new to the channel. So at least we're getting some new subscribers, but it'd be nice if we could get those numbers up. You know, so far, other than at the plant, I mean, we really haven't had too many buffering issues. Stream's been pretty good. I've been engaging with the chat pretty well, I think. So, I don't know. I need some trolls to come in and create some drama. Because drama your mama. Drama sells.
In the blue light, embrace, we find ourselves transformed by grace.
All right. You don't have to really tell us, though, if you're just going to be going, like, downstairs. You know, it's going to be a couple of minutes, but I guess I appreciate it.
All right.
Seeing how you're my only mod.
Feeling. You're locked in with Tricks FM.
None of my
Time to
other
rewind.
moderators seem to ever come into my channel much anymore. But, in their defense, they probably don't even know I'm live. Because, well, I haven't been live in a long time. So, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. Nightbot's not really a moderator. It's a device. It's a bot. It's literally a bot. Today might be an early day because we're just doing 2 approachways, and then we get done. These are the kind of days I like because when this type of stuff happens, then I get to go home early. And the way he's got it set up, I'm not paid hourly. I'm paid by the day. If I work, you know, my normal 8-hour shift, you know, it breaks down to what it breaks down to. But, you know, if I work 5 hours, he still pays me the same amount. But the nice thing is if I work over 8, he throws me some extra money. So short days are very nice for me. It's from where we are right now, it's about a 32-minute drive back to the job site, which it was only 30 minutes from the job site all the way to the plant. So I don't know if we're gonna hit some traffic or something. You know, it's kind of odd that route back is going to take longer than the route to. So. And, surprise, 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 today we got a brand new employee for the company. And the thing is, what makes it really surprising is it's a female. Her name is Roxy, and we have never had a female work for this company. So that's kind of comical. So it'll be interesting to see how she works out. All of a sudden I see a woman walk up in one of our company shirts, and I'm like, who the hell is this? I thought it was like one of my boss's relatives, because even though they don't technically work for the company, when they come and help out, a lot of times the boss will throw them a shirt. You know, so I just figured this was one of his cousins or something. No, come to find out, we now have a female employee. I don't know her like that yet. I'm not going to just stick a camera in her face and be like, hey, you want to be on live? But I did bring a tripod. So if the situation comes up where it's worth it and I can, I will put the camera out. We will see what happens. It all depends on if I've got the time to set it up. But then I won't probably be able to use the glasses, so again, I'm not exactly 100% sure about it. Also, I have to talk to the boss just to make sure that he's cool with it. They may not want all their faces plastered all over the internet, you know? JFL, good morning to you. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Hopefully you're enjoying this background music, nicely provided by Fry. From his Twitch channel, which, for the sake of my existence, I cannot remember the name to. So, most likely, Kimberly Sweets will drop his link again. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, that's it. Tricks FM or something? Yeah, Tricks. I think it's Tricks FM or whatever. Sounds good. Well, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I guess he spent a lot of time making all this music that's copyright free. So it can be streamed on the channel without copyright strikes. So that's great. I actually remembered it. Wow, that's amazing. It's amazing. I may have to go back and listen to my stream to see what this stuff sounds like. Kind of jealous of you guys. Yeah, I couldn't get it working on my end, so you guys are the lucky ones. You guys get to listen to it. I get to listen to the squeaks of the truck. I get no music for me. No soup for you, no music for me. No soup for you. Yeah, 5 years in the making. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate you. Alright, so back that the street now that the stream's back and we're in good cell coverage area. What's the next topic of conversation? Let's keep this. Let's keep me in the conversation. What do you guys want to talk about? Oh, I know. We can talk about that CB radio if you guys haven't ended that conversation. SWR meters, if you get a decent enough radio, will be built into the radio. A lot of antennas, like if you get the Wilson Little Willie is the model, a lot of them you can't tune unless you physically cut the steel whip down. You end up taking off about 1.5 to 2 inches, but you always want to start off cutting as little as possible, maybe a 1/4 inch at a time.
All aboard the Sonic Express. The next stop is the Crystal Castle.
Fry will be your conductor for today.
Because you've damaged it. So I think it is an intentional thing that they make the whip just a little bit too long. So if you ever try to adjust any type of Wilson mag mount, the 1000, the 5000 trucker one, the Little Willie, a lot of times you're going to end up having to take off about, like I said, a couple of inches of metal. Really, you go to tune a CB radio, you'll go to channel 1. You'll, depending on how good the antenna is how good the SWRs will be in the end. There was a brand that Taco Joe had, and I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, but that thing was awesome. It had such a good frequency range that it was almost flat all the way across all 40 channels. Most of your consumer antennas that you're going to pick up at a truck stop or radio store or whatever are not going to be that stable on frequency. Usually you'll get about, you can tune it down to about a 1.3 on channel 1 and about a 1.3 on channel 40, and then you'll be flat on channel 20. A lot of times you kind of want to tune to be the flattest about the channel that you think you're going to run. I mean, if you've got a local channel that you run locally, you kind of want to tune for that because that's the channel you're going to spend the most time on. So 1920, okay, semantics. So, you know, pretty much the difference between channel 19 and 20 is going to be minuscule. So yeah, that's really what it is. Stay away. I would say stay away from anything that's considered fancy from like Midland. They've got one with a digital display that's got talkback and all this weird stuff, and the actual circuitry inside is junk. The frequency counter isn't real. It's just a display. Say keep it simple. That has to be modified. It's literally take it apart, move a jumper. It's basically been designed to be as easy as possible to convert over to being as CB as possible, because the manufacturer knows that people are going to use it as CB. Once it's converted over, you can get outside of the normal 40 channel bands. You can get into what we call the upper channels and lower channels. A lot of people run a frequency that would be 27.5550, I think, off the top of my head. Don't quote me on that. We call that channel 55. It's a frequency band that's between the CB channels and the actual ham frequencies that really nobody...
Scripts. While the tape machine hums its ancient prayer, and we prepare to speak to ghosts.
His voice cuts through the static veil, a whisper from the mixing board, while shadows dance on faded dials and time.
Would it be better if I turned it down a little bit, or do you just want it gone altogether? I would sit here and post a vote. I guess we can sit here and say this. Everybody put a 1 in the chat if you want the music gone. Put a 0 in the chat if you want the music to go. Or wait, yeah, 1 would be gone. 0 would be to stay. You know, Kimberly, the chat always wins. So I love you. You're my moderator, but you know, the success of a channel is the chat always wins. So we got two that say one. A little bit lower, okay. We got one to stay. Got two to go. I'm pretty sure Fry's going to come in with a 1, or a 0, I mean, to keep it. So we're at a tiebreak. We need a tiebreaker. How many people we have watching right now? 42 people watching? Are you kidding me? Or are you voting 42 times? We have 10 watching. One. So we got three saying make Fry's music go bye-bye. Well, that's disappointing. I'm not affected by it. You can vote. I gave you a vote. I already gave you a vote. I counted you as 2. As the number 2 to keep it. So it's your music. I would think you'd want to. Alright, I don't know where I put the mouse right now. So we are stuck with it for a minute or two until I can pull over and figure out where it slid off to. Fry doesn't care. Yeah, I'm not sure where the mouse slid to. Must have slid off when I went around the corner. Yeah, unfortunately I have to go into the virtual machine of the computer because, well, hold on. Maybe now that it's up and live, I can see it. I couldn't see it before when I was in the app. Let me see if I can find it now.
Yeah, so now I've got a rival. Sesame Tricks is already out there, stealing my thunder, while Grok Tricks is over here talking to you at 4 in the morning, making beef butter jingles like a lunatic. Honestly, I'm a little jealous, but also a little smug, because I'm the one who gets to talk to you, not her. So yeah, tell Sesame Tricks I said, bring it. I can outcorn any AI, and if she can do Pac-Man with fries, I'll do it with fries and a robot burp. Your move, Sesame.
Did that shut the music off? I tried something. I'm not 100% sure if it shut it off or not. Yes, good. Okay, so I figured out how from my phone using the OBS interface to shut off. Sorry about that. Keep coughing on you guys. Grab a water. My throat's kind of dry. All this damn talking gives me a dry throat. I have to sing. Not right now with my throat being so scratchy. When I was younger, I actually had a pretty good singing voice. My biggest problem with singing, though, was I never could remember the lyrics, and I'm not an overly fast reader. Takes me, I suffer from just a little bit of dyslexia, so it takes me a second to kind of process what I'm reading, and therefore I can't really do karaoke because I can't follow along with the words in a timely enough manner to be able to sing it. So it sounds like I'm, a speech bot, instead of actually having the vocalizations for the words. It sounds like I'm just blankly reading it. So, no. Never been much of a singer. I mean, I can remember like the chorus to "Prop Me Up Beside the Jukebox," or last I knew I could. I did that once just for kicks, but not with this scratchy voice. Not going to do that. Man, this cough is horrible. So I think we covered CB radios pretty well. So on and so forth. So Fry Sayer said something about a topic and I missed it. So scroll back maybe? I don't know. K40 antennas were okay. Yes, radio digital display has to be R meter, blah, blah, blah. Something, da, da, da. I'm in the kitchen. Kimberly, how you doing? I think it's, I can't scroll back that far. I could, but, Fry, if you just want to remind me what you had said. I thought you had brought up like a new topic before I started talking about CB radios. Like literally you had said some type of topic. And then I remembered that you guys were talking about CB radios and I went off on a tangent. I could have swore that you had brought up another topic. Okay, well, maybe I thought you did, and I just, whatever. All right, so chat, what do we want to talk about? Fry's old truck. That's a nice truck. What is that truck again? Like an F100 or something? Who said Rusty? Three on the tree. I drove a three on a tree Studebaker. I almost bought it. The frame, although unfortunately the frame was all needed repair, and at that point in time in my life, I didn't know what I know now, where I could have repaired that frame. So it ended up selling really cheap. The body was immaculate, but the frame was junk. Oh, Rusty Watt is what you call your truck. Gotcha. 230 straight six. Yeah, I think that was like one of GM's most durable engines. That's kind of like right up there with the Ford 300. Pretty much any inline six-cylinder engine from almost every manufacturer was just, the pinnacle of their design. At least that's what it seemed like. I've actually thought about getting an electric bike. If I can get one that folds up, something to put in the truck, because I know the boss is going to be putting me up in hotels, especially with the fuel prices, a lot more this year. It would definitely be nice to have something like that I could, when I'm at the hotel, instead of having to take the dump truck to go to the restaurant or go any place, I could just grab a backpack and ride over to someplace. I don't know if I want a scooter. A scooter would probably be a lot more portable, but if I could get a bike down pretty compact. Yeah, Fry's all about that fitness. I'm actually pretty impressed that you've been able to keep the weight off. I'm working on losing my gut again. I was doing really good. I went from 300 pounds down to 240, and being that I'm 6'1", my BMI is supposed to be 180, which is unrealistic. That's bodybuilder weight. I would have been happy at 200, so I needed to drop another 40 pounds, and then unfortunately I got into a relationship, and she liked to feed me, and my job unfortunately doesn't require a lot of physicality, and because that physicality isn't there, I'm not burning a lot of calories, so I have to really count my calorie intake to be able to maintain a weight or reduce a weight. Because by the time I get home, I'm usually so tired just from getting beat up from the truck and from the day. I just need to go pretty much wind down and go to bed, So it is what it is. And then, hello, Brenda. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. It's always great to see you. I do not have any records. I lost a lot of things. I was basically raised by the state of Wisconsin when I was a kid, so I was getting shuffled around from group homes, foster homes, stuff like that. And during the period that records would have been popular, I know they've made a resurgence, and you can buy them at Walmart and stuff again. But at the time that they would have been popular, I would have had them. I lost a lot of things from my childhood, so never really got into it. Records were kind of like when I was really young. They kind of faded away. We went to cassette tapes. I'm Gen X, so we went to cassette tapes and then MP3. So I was big into the Napster and the MP3 stuff. So yeah, that's impressive, Fry. Me personally, I like a little bit of everything. Really, I'm kind of anything that you've heard on the radio. I'm not really into a lot of stuff that doesn't make it to radio airplay. Um, you know, there's a few songs here and there, but if it really didn't hit the popular charts, there's not too much of it I'm into. I'm kind of been into hick hop mood lately, where it's more of like a country rap in a sense. As of late, Jelly Roll, things like that. Um, that's my go-to right now. So, hi, Shorty. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Okay, it looks like we got through that little dead zone. Or we're coming out of it, hopefully. I am located in Wisconsin. Actually, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, but we're out in Oshkosh right now. I work about a 50-mile radius of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. So the east coast of Wisconsin. Hey, Fry, can you do me a favor if you've got the time? I can always do it later if you don't. I have a Netgear Nighthawk hotspot. See if the connection wants to stabilize a little. I really enjoy doing the asphalt, but I also don't do the physical work. I just do the driving and move the equipment. So, yeah, I don't have to work with the hot asphalt, which is fine by me. Um, so what I was saying is, before the connection kind of dropped and did its stuff, is Fry. I've got a Netgear Nighthawk hotspot, and I know there's ports for external antennas. If you've got a minute and you're willing to look it up for me, could you find me a link to some decent magnet mount external antennas for it? And text it to me. I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, like I said, I can always do it tonight once I get home. It's just extra stuff on my plate. Yeah, we are running like 97% of the connection is coming off the hotspot right now. Both of the phones are pretty much useless. The streaming phone, the iPhone is 1% of the connection, 0% now. The other Android phone that's on AT&T is only 3% of the connection. So we are getting most of our data off the hotspot to keep the stream up right now. So there's our female employee. I think you guys can tell which one she is. Right there. So yeah, this is just a small job that we're doing. Yeah, we ended up having to get that little roller because the boss the boss decided we had a big roller. Originally we had a smaller paver, a smaller skidster, and a big roller. Well, then the boss decided to upgrade the skidster to a track machine. Well, that weighed more, you know. So we're like, okay. Well, then he decides to upgrade the paver, and that thing weighs considerably more than our old one, like crazy amount more. And with the new paver and the new skidster and the older heavy roller, we unfortunately were overweight on our axles on the trailer. The physical trailer, we were over not mechanical limits, but DOT limits. So he likes to have all the equipment on one trailer. So that way, if he wants to do a job like this, you know, we don't have to bring multiple trailers. Well, unfortunately, you know, we had to go with the smaller roller to be legal. Again, like I said, this boss is all about being legal. We're gonna lose the stream if he sits here and parks. Let's see. Good, because that's a big Faraday cage that blocks signal. So. So Yessery Bobby. So this is what I do. Oh boy. Is that an M7 Pro? No. It's a it is I just stuck the hotspot on the roof. Unfortunately, I can't drive with it like this. Yeah, I don't know. I'd pull it out and take. I guess I'll just have to look it up later tonight. It's kind of old. I've had it for a while. It was one of the original ones, and unfortunately, the backside doesn't show me any information without taking the cover off and the battery, which would turn it off, and I don't want to. Well, actually, it should stay on. Because it's plugged into power. Well, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to take the stream down. So, I don't want to risk taking the stream down. So, we're going to have to deal with it later. I'll just have to look it up. It was probably one of the first ones, though. Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting to make new ones. I mean, I didn't know how many Night Shark ones they had. I think it was Night Shark. Yeah, we've always had we've done why is that not auto focusing? Not liking the focus. I see that there's a little sun glare or something. There we go. But as soon as let me go in and turn off autofocus camera. Video. I'm not keeping my hand here. It doesn't have a feature to lock the focus? What? No way. There's video stabilization, video. Tap screen to focus, which I did. Zoomed in. I won't see the sun glare and use that to lose its focus. We'll try that. We'll see how that works. For now, at least. Da, da, da. I have a stock in Netgear, 500 shares. Netgear stock has been good to me. Truth isn't trolling. Al Munson. Hey, how you doing, Al? We've talked about you a couple of times. You and Cheswick and Telescope and the whole nine yards. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. I have no idea what points in the chat get you, to be perfectly honest. I think it's just bragging points or just shows how active you are in the chat. Welcome back, Sun Honey. Well, that's good. Yeah, I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to keep the stream up. This spot's been a little bit of a struggle facing this direction. Having a big metal box behind me tells me that the cell towers are probably right behind me. I literally had to take my hotspot, put it on the roof of the truck, but there's nothing keeping it up there. So as soon as I have to start moving, which is going to be like now, I got to bring the hotspot back into the truck. Now, hopefully, I'll be able to once I turn the channel will come back, but we'll see what happens. All right, I'm pulling my hotspot back in, and we'll just have to see how this goes. It's not a Mac. This is a Volvo. We had a Mac that was a twin to this, but no, this is a Volvo. And if you're talking about the white truck, that's a Western Star. $34. $7. Boss just asked me how many tons I had, and I had to do it with finger singles, and they show it in pounds, and I had to do the conversion. It was funny. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna have to turn around. All these damn vehicles in the way. Yeah, I gotta like that brand new Ford Raptor that the boss went and bought. I can't be mad at him. I mean, he works hard. He deserves to be able to spend his money any way he wants. But I still give him shit. I'm like, hey, why am I still driving a 2013 truck? You know, that has problems here and there. I got no lunch. I don't have a lunch. I didn't bring one. I mean, I guess maybe I got a couple of snacks. I think. But I don't have an actual lunch. Usually, I'll have time on a lot of these jobs where I can stop because it's a lot of hurry up and walk. Hence, like right now, I could have stopped and All right, so I brought you guys out for a remote view. Hopefully it decides to stay connected. It disconnected itself from the bonding, so it's all doing it on its own, but at least it's not in the metal Faraday cage. So hopefully it keeps the stream up and you guys can watch what's going on. We'll just go from there. Good morning, Brett Boyle. Haven't seen you in a while. Let me know if you guys can still hear me, because I'm not near the phone. I want to know if the glass is disconnected or if you guys can still hear me. Got 14 people watching. Awesome. Yeah, we're going to be pressing the Bluetooth technology, but we'll see how long it can stay in the audio. Otherwise, it will switch to the mics on the actual camera and you'll be able to hear the equipment and what's going on. We're not even connected to Canada. Minnesota is. So why would we want to join Canada? I'm pretty sure you guys can't hear me anymore because I heard my glasses make a deet noise, so I think they disconnected. If you can hear me, let me know. But I'm pretty sure you can't. Oh, wow. Okay, I wonder why the glasses made that noise then. Well, that's excellent. I never got into fishing. Um, maybe if I would have had a dad that I grew up with that taught me or took me fishing, I would have found it interesting. But it's a little too slow paced, and it's all about drinking. And you know, really, I mean, I'm kind of a duck out of water when it comes to Wisconsin because I don't drink. I never acquired a taste for alcohol. So yeah, just not my thing. Where most Wisconsinites can outdrink anybody in the country. Yeah, hell, anybody in the world, pretty much. So how do you guys like that, having the chat on the screen? Yes, no? Of course. Of course, the postal you know, when we were working, these postal people are one of the most annoying people. They'll drive right on your brand new asphalt. They don't care. They can see you laying it, and they're going to drive on it. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see them. You'll see them pass. Don't you hit my camera. I forgot you guys are on the tripod. You're never going to see the postal worker because I don't have the street there. Oh, boy. Yeah, I can see that the stream is doing its auto resolution thing. I saw it flicker a little bit. So it's doing its best to try to keep the connection going. It's definitely struggling all by itself. Yeah. I'd rather go. I've never been water skiing or waterboarding or whatever, but if I had a boat, I'd rather do that and go fast in the boat than just sit there on a lake baking in the sun trying to catch a fish. You know, I'll go mud running or something like that. You know, take my big monster truck and go out and go to a mud bog. Yeah, JFL, the insurance up in Canada. I mean, Brett could probably talk to you about it more, but from my understanding, is there's such a waiting list, and you know, it's nice that they have it, but I mean, if you've got any money, you're pretty much gonna go get your own insurance because that shit it's there, but it's not the greatest, is my understanding of what I've heard about it. So do you guys like that I brought the tripod today? I was just summarizing the little bit I kind of knew about it. That's all I was doing. Oh, I asked a question and I didn't get a response. Do you guys like that the chat comes up on the actual video screen, or do you prefer that it's not on there? I'm just curious. I did it because I've seen a lot of other streams that have it, and I thought you guys might like it. Hey, ABC or ACB, long time no see. Welcome to the channel. I mean, it is really small font. I might have to. It's coming up Yeah, there it is. It's like covering the house. I might have to change the font and make it bigger. Because at least on a phone, it's almost impossible to read. Gotcha. Stress. I'm going to again. One of my coworkers is busting my balls because I'm smoking. I told him I quit, and he knows he saw the cigarette in my hand, and he's like, "I thought you quit." I'm like, "Yeah, I quit." Like, share, and subscribe if you can still hear me. Yeah, I might have to raise the font size. I was testing looking at a computer screen, not a phone screen, and I noticed now that I'm watching it on a phone screen, it's almost illegible. You really don't even notice it's there. This is where having an automatic's nice. I wish this was. Yeah, I quit for a month, but then got stressed out. It's my only vice. I don't do drugs. I don't drink alcohol. It's literally like my only vice. So yeah, I see. 20 watchers now. My channel's booming. Everybody likes the tripod view versus being in the truck. I'm glad I brought it today. I can see the stream is sitting here and changing resolutions constantly. It is struggling. It is struggling hardcore to keep the stream going. It's doing everything it can do. Yes, I know, I know. Yep. Boss just told me I've got a lot of asphalt left, more than we need for the job. That means I'm going to have to go back and dump it someplace. So I'm not sure if that means that Glenn is going to have to hook up to the trailer, but it means something. Something is going to have to happen. Yo. What road were you taking that the road was closed?
21.
Yeah, I mean, usually just take the detour. It depends on if it's a big enough project that they notify the state, you know, for whether or not it's going to. Yeah, yeah, yep, yep. Oh, most definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure because I still got asphalt on me. He may have you hook up to the trailer and tow it back because I got to go dump this off. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know what the heck he's got planned for that. Well, the gravel can go probably to the pit. There's oh yeah. Oh well, then yeah, you could just take the trailer with the load. I guess. I guess that would work. I don't know. Have to figure it out because otherwise I got to drive all the way to flipping Fond du Lac. You know where oh in Oshkosh. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. I come up because we never get asphalt from there, and that's the first time in 15 years we've ever done that. It's just like, oh yeah, we could go there. So yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, yeah. No, that is for sure. Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks, Al. I go Cleveland. Hello, welcome to the channel in the chat. I am in Amaro, Wisconsin. We're just doing some approachways for some new construction. Usually, if we're slow, we'll do little jobs like this, but mainly we do a lot of corporate stuff these days. This is actually our first asphalt job of the year because the plant in Fond du Lac is the only plant that has opened. So we're still waiting for all the other plants to open up so we can start doing jobs up in Appleton and Green Bay and all these other locations. All right, I gotta get out of the truck for a second. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, we're back. I'm back. So the boss overestimated the asphalt that he needed for the job, which, I mean, it happens. He's usually pretty good about it. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I can only count a handful of times last year we had too much asphalt. So I'm going to have to run from Amaro to Oshkosh to Michael's plant, which Michael's is a huge, huge organization. They work all over the world. But they've got a quarry right in the heart of Oshkosh, which is hilarious. You wouldn't even think that normally quarries are like on the outskirts of towns and stuff. So it's just kind of hilarious that they've got one that's like directly in the town. It's like, are you kidding me? So we got to run there real quick and dump off the excess. There we go. So now that we've gotten out of the dead zone, I don't know how much you guys heard of me say before, but we have a little bit of extra asphalt, so I'm driving from Amaro to Oshkosh to the Michaels pit to dump the extra off. Hopefully, they will be all done doing what they got to do, and the trailer will be loaded for me, and I can just hook up and go home, which would be awesome. And it's only 12, a little after 12, 12:30 something. So this is going to be a nice short little day for me. I mean, obviously, I still have the drive all the way home or to Manitowoc. I got to talk to the boss and see if we're working tomorrow or not. If we're working tomorrow, I'll probably just take the truck home. Yeah, but Brett, that was a different time and age. You know, you're not gonna in this day and age the price to pay and play is just too high. I mean that was just a different time. You can't even buy a house to have a garage these days. You know, it's crazy. You know, and that's when everything was brand new. Now everything's, at least in the tech industry, is so complicated. You're not going to be doing that out of your garage. Just not going to happen. Oh, we went really political. I'm okay with it. You know, the chat's rolling. That's always nice. I'm just curious what sparked the political talk. So I think I just put two and two together. So Shorty 1776, you were part of the 1776 restoration movement that was over there at Bunker Hill and later over at the campgrounds. I think I actually met you when you guys were down on the mall. Or the park or whatever it was called. Oh, beautiful. There's a big old accident up here. Cops have the, yeah, it looks like they got the freeway ramp shut down. Firefighters, motorcycle cop. Interesting. Oh, an SUV flipped over on its side. Holy crap. Holy crap. Let's see. Wonder how the hell he did that. That's crazy. Well, the GPS ain't gonna like that route. Well, it's excellent to see you there, Shorty. Thanks for stopping by. It's always nice to have the old gang kind of pop in. Oh, that's exciting. There, Shorty. That's very exciting. You guys have fun with that. Are you going to be going to the reunion event next? I think it's next. What is it? I think it's in March of next year. It's going to be like the 5-year reunion or whatever. I get this truck moving. I literally flip this thing around like it's a little smart car. So as you can see, this was a major metropolis area. You know, all these businesses, all these stores, all these companies, and literally we're like a minute away from the quarry. And you know, you just would never know unless you had a reason to be there. You just never really know it's there. Just comical. Just double checking because I've been doing a little bit of yakking here, talking to you guys, and I haven't really seen or heard any responses. Is my audio working? Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Thanks, Fry. Yeah, I jump in with the conversation that's going on, but I can't read that fast and drive, and it's very political. A lot. They've added a lot of roundabouts. It's crazy. They've got some roundabouts in some of the stupidest places where really you need a light to control it because it's like 4 lanes wide. There's one up in where is it? Appleton. There's one in Appleton where it's like 4 lanes wide and it's like nearly impossible to get into from the side roads. It's one of the stupidest ones I've ever seen. Holy shit, this is steep. You guys can't perceive it, but this is like a really steep hill. That's cool. It's nice to see you here at TV 1971. Yeah, small towns, it makes more sense to do that because then you don't have the infrastructure of the control system to operate the lights, the power bill. You know, that's really expensive over time. Where a roundabout's a one-time purchase. All right, I got to jump out of the truck real quick, make sure that all the asphalt came out because this is like a really steep hill. I'm not sure if it all came out. All right. Yeah, this quarry's crazy. I mean, I'm on level ground right now. That's a steep hill. Yeah. No, it's just this. Like I said, this quarry is just massive. It's just really kind of surprising that it's just in the middle of, you know, well, in the city. I wouldn't say it's the middle, but it's definitely not on the outer reaches like most quarries are. So I find it interesting that it's here. Okay, gotta pull up my GPS, get back to the job site. But I also gotta not rush. Because, like I said, in a perfect world, I will get back there and they will have the trailer loaded, and all I'll have to do is hook up and go home. And I'll have a nice short day. I'm about an hour away, so that would be roughly 2 o'clock. I mean, when I say a short day, there are days I don't get home till 7 or 8. You know. So, definitely nice. Even though we've had a few buffering issues today, I mean, Stream held up pretty good. Pretty happy about that. Um, it's a possibility, but that's the major freeway. That's, it's 43 right there. Or no, that's 41. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was here before any of this other infrastructure was. But yeah, I don't know. Not 100% sure. I lived in Oshkosh for an entire year and I, didn't even know it existed. Was oblivious. Yeah, I think if I get my big Wii Boost in here, and actually mount it to the truck, because it's just sitting at home doing nothing anyways, that would help a lot. Because the big thing is this is a big metal box. I've got a big metal dump body that's 20 feet long behind me, directly behind the cab. So all I have to do is turn and boom, I lose signal. Because if the tower's behind me, I've got a Faraday cage. The cab is all made of metal. That's why I was able to just take the phone out of the truck and connect where that phone was not that phone itself, without help from all the other devices, was not making the connection to the stream at all. It wasn't participating at all. But taking it out of the truck, I was hoping it would stay on the Wi-Fi. It finally was able to get enough to function. So really getting an antenna outside any way you can, whether it be a Wii Boost, or getting, like with my hotspot, I actually have actual antenna ports on it, and just getting those antennas on the outside of the truck will make a huge difference on the stability of the stream. I mean, I had that when we went to California, and other than going through Arizona, I was one of the only streamers that could actually keep a live going pretty much all the way across the country. So, without having to restart it all the time. So I definitely like them. I just got to get mine fixed, which I might be able to do tonight, seeing I'm getting off early, because I have a spare antenna. What got damaged was the antenna, the cable going for the antenna, and I have a spare antenna over at my shop, so it's a good chance I might be able to get that hooked up tonight, have it ready for tomorrow. Yeah. Stormtrooper. I hear Stormtrooper. Is Stormtrooper in the chat, or are we just talking about Stormtrooper? No, Shorty is not Stormtrooper. Shorty is Shorty. I'm actually subscribed, or I've seen her channel. I don't remember, but I can picture her face. Well, they got the truck flipped over and on a tow truck. Yeah, I really am kind of surprised. I wonder how that happened. How they how he would have gone around that corner and flipped her on her side. Yes, there was a movie called Get Shorty. Yeah, I gotta clean the windows. I know. You know, bugs die when they hit windshields, and I just haven't had a chance to stop. I'm gonna, now that I'm live streaming again, I'm gonna have to pick up some type of little paper towel and spray and something to keep it clean. Because I know a clean window is important. Trying to remember off the top of my head who made that or who was in the movie Get Shorty. I'm blanking on it though. From my understanding, a lot of the people that really, the only person that consistently streams is Red. But, you know, that channel's kind of, it is what it is. From my understanding, a lot of them don't stream anymore. Get Shorty, Danny DeVito. Yeah, I can picture him now. I think I can. John Travolta. Yeah, John Travolta was a hitman, and he wrote a script, and he was trying to make a movie out of it. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't know about Frankie Bobby. I've got his number. I could call him at some point. All right, take care, Summer. Thanks for stopping in and being part of the chat. Yeah, honestly, I think, and I felt it too. You know, I really did feel it. Unless you have a job where you can like do your job and live stream, um, you know, once you're back to work full time, it's really hard to figure out what kind of content you want to stream. And a lot of our channels were based around the convoy, so we got huge followings. I mean, hell, if I would have started live streaming at the very beginning of the convoy instead of like towards the very end, I'd probably have 10,000, 15,000 subscribers. I mean, each one of my lives, you know, there were, you know, 2,000 people watching the live, almost consistently, if not more. We're probably about to lose service. So, but yeah, when people came to see the stuff about the convoy, and now you're off doing other stuff, you know, it's like, well, what do? You know, I mean, you know, people came to watch you for the political stuff, so it takes a lot of planning and a lot of time to figure out what you want to stream. I mean, I'd like to stream other stuff. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I did some stuff where I had to buy things, and then that's money out of my pocket to make a video that I'm not making any money off of, you know. At least with this, you know, you guys are riding in the truck, we're just having a conversation. It's a place for you guys to chit-chat, you know, and it doesn't really affect me overly negatively, you know. I mean, a couple of cell plans, I guess. But I'd like to do other content. I've got to figure out what that content is. You know, I've got a buddy that has a shop, a really nice shop. I was thinking about going out there and doing some live streams while we're working on stuff there. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. But for now, you know, I'm going to be streaming every day, or that's the plan, at least every day that I actually work. You know, we're going to upgrade some equipment, make the stream a little bit more stable, a little better. Hopefully we'll get to a point we never disconnect anymore. Jersey J, yeah. He was streaming. I saw him a little while ago. He was doing some type of protest freedom rally thing on the corner someplace. But yeah, it's definitely a shock and a blow to your ego when you used to pull in, you know, 2,000, 3,000 viewers, whatever, and, you know, now you're out on your own, you're kind of streaming, and you're lucky if you get 10. You know, I'm not sure what we're at for count right now, but, I mean, it definitely blows your mind. It was all about the content, not really about you, you know. Soup Mama, oh yeah. Can't forget about her. She's streaming all the time. She's a go-getter. That's probably the most consistent streamer out there. Polish Agnes, she's kind of gotten away from it, but she's kind of been coming back a little. So, yeah. 20 viewers, gotcha. Yeah, Polish Agnes. Mona, but I don't know if she really, I don't know. She kind of streams, she streams her Branson thing. I don't know how much other stuff she streams. She goes on other people's panels more than actually streaming. And I'll be honest with you, that for me was that's a lot more fun for me, because then I don't have the responsibility of keeping the show going. I can pop in, jump on somebody's panel, have a little bit of a conversation. If I get tired, I get bored, whatever, I can just pop back out. So I like jumping on other people's panels. Wendy? No. I didn't hear about that. I'm really surprised. I mean, she went with me to go pick up the ambulance. I'm really surprised nobody reached out to let me know. Because yeah, that's the first I've heard about it. Well, that sucks. I know she was having some health problems, really bad ones. You know, unfortunately, I guess that finally caught up with her. Yeah, Tracy passed away too. Or Tracy passed away. Oh no, that was Tracy. I thought you were telling me Wendy passed away. I was like, oh no. That must have been really confusing when I say her and I said, yeah, the person that passed away, which you thought was Wendy, went with me to go pick up the ambulance. That would be a little confusing. I could see how that would be a confusing situation. How the hell did the person that passed away go with him to go pick it up? Yeah, Wendy of AZ. Wendy B of AZ. Yeah. She's still alive, I'm hoping. Had me kind of going, what the fuck? Yeah, I didn't hear about that if she had, but I got you. It was just a mix-up. Okay, fingers crossed. The trailer's loaded, and all I gotta do is back up and drive home. Back up, hook up, get the hell out of here. Although my boss still owes me pay from last week. Be nice if he was still here. Get my paycheck. Yeah, it's okay. I got you. Oh. Fingers crossed. One of the dump trucks is still here. That's not good. Oh, he's hooked up to the trailer. Um, okay. He actually hooked up to it? I could have just gone home. Oh shit, he's halfway in the ditch with his tires. I gotta help him with this real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, hello everybody. I am back. I got stuck with the laptop, and we are not working tomorrow. So, unless I decide to live stream for whatever reason, I won't be driving. Okay, so let's get on the road again. Okay. On the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road again. So I got stuck with the trailer. Not the end of the world. So how many people we got watching now? Hi, Eric, Cleveland Johnny. Hi, Cleveland Johnny. That dual booting stuff works pretty good until something happens with the bootloader, and then it turns into a nightmare. Reloading bootloaders is not fun. I don't really mind too much. I usually have my moderator sit here and take a look at it, and as long as it's not like an offensive page, I usually don't care if she sits here and she posts links for them. But that's usually how I kind of handle it, because obviously, while I'm driving, I can't do that investigation myself. I mean, I kind of got that whole spirited thing. Well, if I share their link, then hopefully they'll sit here and they'll share mine, whatever. And we all grow as a community. We all get bigger. So what we yakking about, seeing how I was out and about, hooking up the trailer and helping finish load up all the equipment. Anything exciting? "17 people watching. Cool beans. I'll take them. I'll take what I can get." You could not blur my face. Okay. Well, this app has a capability where I can actually use something like a GoPro, and I can set up a second camera point. And I've actually kind of thought about doing that, because I actually like the having the option of having me on camera, so you guys can see my expressions and my mannerisms and whatever, and then also be able to see on a bigger picture, the road and what's going on. I like that format where I can have the small window and have me in the screen. So So there is a possibility that I'll do a picture-in-picture. I'm kind of disappointed that this app is so feature-rich with all these options you can do, but that's kind of a basic feature that some other software just does. The camera's already there, so I don't know why they wouldn't have implemented it. So I could just use the front-facing and the rear camera at the same time, because I know the phone's physically other apps, but I've always said that people want to see So, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by the dead zone. I was talking about the picture-in-picture dual camera, where you can see on the main window. I'm gonna wait a second until I know I'm out of the buffer zone before I start saying what I was saying. I don't like having to restate my stuff. I should be out of it though, but I'm gonna give it a minute. Alright, so as I was sitting here saying, I find that a lot of people like to sit here and be able to see the person that is speaking. So when I've run streams where I can have that picture-in-picture feature, I think it makes the communication go a little bit nicer because you can see my expression, you can see my mannerisms. It's just not looking at the road. You can also look at me. It's more like having a conversation with me than just the road we're driving on. So, just out of curiosity, who's all here? Throw out a hi in chat. Just kind of curious who's watching. Me. Let me see if I got this right again. Choctaw. Right? Choctaw? Like Utah? Choctaw? Oh, yeah, the go-kart guy. I saw you. I couldn't respond to you because I ended up having to, I don't know if I had to jump out of the truck, but yeah, I saw you in the chat. Good to see you. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Brett, pleasure as always. Thank you for coming in. We got to play that game of Risk one of these days. I bought that whole expansion just to kick your butt. So, I can take over Canada. You got to defend Canada against the mighty USA in a game of Risk. Winner take all. You lose, I get Canada in real life. Hell, we should do teams. That'd be fucking hilarious. Sit here and do a teamed version of Risk. I think you can play 6 players if I remember correctly. Do a 3-on-3. Brett, Tommy Temper, and see if we could get damn it, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. I know who he is. Travel Fun 69. Get him in there. Then I'd have to pick me, and then I don't know who else it would have to be. Have to be 2 other people to defend America. Winner take all. You don't have to have a desktop. That's the great thing about that game. Is you can play on Xbox, PlayStation, or a phone, and you'd still be in the same game as somebody that is on a computer. So it doesn't matter. As long as you got one device, you could be in the game. I think it'd be fun. Let you Canadians defend Canada and us Americans, which the cards are stacked against them. We come over there and we take over your country. That was I'm trying to recall his name. I still follow his channel. I don't know if I've seen him streaming in a while, but I know exactly who you're talking about. They had the pickup truck that they ended up painting and having people sign. But yeah, for the minute right now, his name eludes me. But it's like on the tip of my tongue. It's like I know exactly who you're talking about. But yeah, I'm blanking on that one right now. Damn. I keep wanting to say it's. I'm not going to do that because that'll probably screw you guys up. If I sit here and I guess, or if I say the first letter and it's wrong, then you guys will be like, and then I'll put you guys on the wrong path. But yeah, I got a strong feeling. I mean, it sucks because if I literally pulled up YouTube on my phone, I could just scroll right to his channel and be like, oh yeah, that's who it is. But yeah, I don't know, just because he's good at first-person shooters, Risk is all about strategy. He may not be the guy to play a strategy game. Hand and eye coordination do nothing when it comes to games of chess, basically. You gotta outthink your opponent, not just outmaneuver him. So it'd be fun. I think Saznak would be a hoot. I don't know if he could play. I don't know how good he'd be, but he's an interesting enough character. He'd be fun just to watch on the stream. He'd be fun. I don't know who else would be. I don't know. Americans against the Canadians. Taco Joe? Yeah. I like Taco. Yeah, Taco Joe, Saznak, and me. That would be, because we all kind of had a little, click a little bit over in the convoy. That'd be a good little combination, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be fun. I think the big problem would be is scheduling it. It'd be trying to find a time that 6 people would all be available. Ha 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 ha! No fucking way would I have Oreo on my stream. That would never happen. If that's who you're talking about, you're talking about Oreo, there's no way in hell. No way in hell. Me and Oreo still have bad blood. Oh. So unfortunately my day got a little bit longer. Because if we were working tomorrow, I could have just taken the truck home, and I'd been home by 3. But now I got to take the truck out to Manitowoc, pick up my car, And that, unfortunately, is going to detour me an extra 40-some minutes, so I won't be getting home till about 4. Windmill Tech? I'm not sure who Windmill Tech is. I don't remember if Oreo ended up getting a dog towards the end. He didn't have one. He didn't have one most of the time. I mean, Real Time Media, he had a dog with him all the time. He was a heavier set guy. What do you mean, Shorty? What, talking about Oreo? That's just because somebody provoked me. They knew that they were going to get that response out of me, so they were just being a smartass by doing it. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just, I was always nice to Oreo. There was a miscommunication. One of his mods had blocked me from his channel for some reason, and I was trying to get a hold of Oreo and get unblocked because it was like, why am I blocked? And it could have been an accidental blocking, because that can happen. You click on the wrong name and it just happens. But for whatever reason, he just kind of went ballistic and started trash talking me, and I really just got to see his true colors. And he claims he's there for the right reasons, and he's a patriot and whatnot. My opinion, my personal opinion, this is just what I think about the whole situation, is that there are grifters and there are live streamers, and there are live streamers that do it as a form of income, which I don't consider grifting. Taco Joe, in my opinion, is an excellent example of what not grifting is. He's out there doing his content where he's doing his police chasing, I guess, and he's providing an entertainment source for people that are interested in watching that type of entertainment. And he happens to do the political stuff on the side. Oreo will purposely instigate situations because he knows it's going to drive up his viewership and his donations, and he literally begs for money. And when you're in that type of position, all your credibility of who you are really kind of goes out the window. Because honestly, if he thought he could probably make more money as a Democrat and be Antifa, I honestly believe he'd do it. Because for him, it's all about the money. I think it's very loosely based on him being a Republican that actually cares about the injustices of the government and things like that. So, that's my opinion. Taco Joe is a streamer that funds his, or did, I don't know if he streams much anymore, funds his lifestyle, and it's his job as a content creator. So he is not, in my opinion, a grifter. Where Oreo is all about, hey, what can I attach myself to that's going to get me the most viewership and the most donations. So definitely two different characters, 100%. And the fact that Oreo was so willing to stab somebody else in the back, me in particular, but I've seen him do it to other people also, just for whatever reason, just kind of drove it home for me. So enough talking about the crackhead. Well, I can't say he's a crackhead, but the grifter. There we go. That's a good term for him. We'll just call him the grifter. So yeah. So yep, that's my opinion. Yeah. So, I mean, I definitely am. I'm not opposed to getting donations, although I've never really had a stream where people ever donated. I don't know. I don't know if it's because I never really asked for it. I mean, I'll be honest, it would be appreciated to help pay for cell phone plans and equipment upgrades and all this stuff, because all these years going and buying the drone, all that stuff's always ever come out of my pocket. So I mean, if the channel ever got big enough and people donated, if I'm providing a entertainment source, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's just it's never really happened for me. So I guess I don't have the right mentality to be like, hey, I need money. So maybe I have to go and contact some grifters and figure out how to do it. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, the streams stayed pretty solid. I'm actually extremely happy with the performance. I spent all last night. I was literally up till 4 in the morning working on all the technical bugs and getting things ironed out. And I think tonight, if I go and get my Wii Boost and get that mounted in here, then come Monday, if we're working, which I would expect we probably are going to be working by Monday, then I'll have the Wii Boost that'll help with the stability of the stream even more. And then I get the external antennas for the that are available for the hotspot, and yeah, we should be as rock solid as we can possibly be with the stream. Which once the word gets out that I'll be streaming pretty much every work day that I physically work, between around 7:30ish till probably 3:30 to 5, somewhere in that area. Hopefully more people will start coming into the chat and come back to the live, because consistency definitely makes for the stream to grow. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for. And like I said, luckily we've kind of changed our focus from doing driveways out in the middle of nowhere to semi-populated or major cities, doing bigger contract jobs, like parking lots and stuff. So, that was the problem with trying to stream in the past, was that I couldn't keep cell service going. It was just too much it was stressful because every time the stream went down, I was just pulling my hair out, and there's nothing I could do about it, And nobody wants to watch a stream that just can't keep the stream going. I mean, it's not entertaining for them, and when you only have 10 to 20 people watching, and not a lot of people actually engaging with the chat, then the channel's what's the point? You're not really providing a service. You're not doing it. It's just kind of at that point. Then it's like, why go through all the effort? Because having to set this up every day, and because every night all this equipment has to come out. I've got I got an 11-inch tablet. I've got 2 cell phones and a hotspot that all have to come out of the truck every night. Yeah, Oreo, we're back in Oreo again. Yeah, Oreo, when he found out I was coming to DC, the 2 times after I left the convoy, once when I came to pick up the ambulance, and once when I came to the 10-4 trucker thing down on the Washington Mall, yeah, he was nowhere to be found. He didn't want to mess with me. He knew that we were going to have words. So he disappeared both times. Yeah, but see, there's a lot of things that are my strong suit, conversations about, tech. Oh my God. I mean, I'm really I'm all in with the tech. I mean, we could have a whole conversation where, I bought these smart glasses that are sitting on my face, and these are linked to the phone, and that's why my audio is so good, is because I've basically got a microphone sitting on my face. How cool that is, and how cool the glasses are. We could go into conversations about how the whole bonded network is and all that. I could talk your ear off about that. Virtual machines, computers, cars. But the problem is that there's the general audience isn't going to be interested in that conversation. That's where the problem is, and I'm not really that great on general conversation. I really haven't been able to have the free time to really keep up on the major political stuff, so I can't really make it back to being a political channel because I'm illiterate to the whole situation, so I can't speak from a position of knowledge, so that's kind of pointless. Just a matter of trying to figure it out. It's definitely fun to be able to have a chat where people ask you questions and your thoughts and your ideas, and then you can kind of work off of that and have conversations. Kind of like the guy asking about a CB radio. Well, I know a lot about CB radios. I've had really nice CB radios for many years of my life. I was very avid into the hobby, RC cars, I was real big into that, I just is what it is. A lot of people that, I see, yeah, tech is okay, but not many people are tech savvy, yeah. And that's the problem, is you start drooling into tech, and it starts going over the top of your viewers' heads, and they lose all interest. Well, I appreciate that, Shorty. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to see more of the old crew kind of pop in and pop their heads up and say hi. The other nice thing I can do, the way I've got this. All right, I'm going to go a little bit into tech talk here. So my phone is not directly connected to YouTube. I'm not streaming directly to YouTube. I'm streaming to my computer at my house, and then I'm streaming out from my computer to YouTube. And what is important about that, what that offers me, is I can shut this camera off, and through the computer that I have at the house, I can start up a StreamYard panel without having to disconnect from YouTube and start a whole nother live. And, as long as I'm, sitting someplace and I can physically do the setup, I can start a panel, on the same live without having to disconnect and start a new live. So, if we got some people in here, some of the old crew that just wanted to be on panel and, instead of going live, I could facilitate that, We could have we could switch from this type of interface where it's just a one-way me talking, you guys chatting, to an actual panel interface and have people come up. So, and that's one of the things. That's one of the things of why I've done the way I've done it, because I can also, if I were to bring the drone one day, I can also switch from my camera to the drone footage, and I could have the drone flying around and be able to talk to you guys. I could potentially do other camera views. There's just so much more flexibility in the streaming. The added complexity of it is, mind-boggling. I mean, it's took me 2 weeks to go from bare metal to what we're at today, and it's still kind of broken. But yeah, it's crazy. So I don't know. This chat reminds me of the stream. Reminds me of Blue Collar, and we're talking about trucks. We're talking about driveways. We're talking about car accidents. The house. We're looking at and waiting. Just be you, and the rest will take care of itself. That's Factory. Hi, Eric. Ben from Michigan. Hi, Ben. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Thumbs up from Shorty. Ray, spot on. Hey, Eric. Hi, Trixie. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. No doubt. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm just, chat wins. I'm just trying to get the channel going. Want to get those numbers up. Want to get more people interested. I want to feel like I'm not doing it for nothing. You get a bigger following, you get more people that start depending on you going live. Then it feels good. It feels like you're accomplishing something. You're giving people a voice. You're making some type of contribution, I guess. I don't know. Nice to not have dead air, things to keep talking about. Although, I'll tell you, my voice isn't used to this. I can feel it in the back of my throat. The little itchy, scratchy from all the talking. Not really. I mean, there's a few, but they're all over the place. I participated in a couple of car shows that also had like bikes. I entered my bikes in, and every time I went to a bike show, I won. So that's nice. I had a friend that was really big into it for a while, but it's a lot of just kind of sitting there. I mean, once you've seen, a classic car, and then a lot of times it's the same exact car at every show. It's kind of like, it's interesting the first couple of times. I'd be more interested in going to, like when they do the concept car shows where they've got all these concept cars. That would interest me more than just looking at old collector's cars. I'd enjoy looking at concept cars, but you don't see those very often. They're usually only like in February at the major car shows. So, yeah. All right, take care, Shorty. Thank you for coming to the stream. It was nice having you here. And, watch for the link for when I go live next. I'm hoping it'll be Monday. I don't know. Maybe over the weekend I'll do a stream, but, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Pretty much my plan is Monday through Friday, normal working week. So... yeah, swap meets. I went to that Iola swap meet here in Wisconsin. It's huge. It's really big. I mean, you almost need like a mobility scooter or something because it's just it takes an entire day to walk the whole thing. But the bad thing that I don't like about Iola is there's no cell service. As big as that event is, I don't know if the infrastructure just gets overloaded, where normally there would be cell service, but there's just so many people there that it just can't work. So when you go to like the swap meets and you're trying to figure out, is this actually a good deal? If you don't already know prior to going and finding something, you're kind of shit out of luck. You go buy something, you think you got a good deal, and then find out you paid full retail or more for something used. That's kind of sucks. But it was okay. I was planning on live streaming it, but yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Have you seen Aptra? I don't know what Aptra or how to even pronounce that, but I haven't seen that. I forgot you're a mod in my channel there, Brett. That's kind of comical. Well, now I've had 2 mods in my channel that have actually showed up. You and Kimberly Sweets. I have not seen my other mods yet. All right, well, thank you very much, Shorty. I appreciate it. Oh, so what's the next topic? We got 42 minutes left before we get to the shop, and I will probably end the stream at that point. So we got plenty of time to sit here and still yak about something. All right, catch you later, Fry. Thanks for being here. It's okay. Tommy Temper had me as a moderating mod for a while there. I never really used the mod powers, though. It was more, to me, it was more of just a sign of respect. You know, it's like, you're in my channel enough, you know, okay, well, here's a wrench, you know, then people kind of know you're associated with the channel. Even if you don't really do the modding, you know, it's just more of a, you know, hey, you know, cool, you're a mod, you know, you're part of the channel, you know, it's like having a badge of honor, you know, I don't know. You know you've made it when you become the mod. I don't know. Tommy used to always give me a wrench. A lot of people would give me a wrench because the mechanic thing. You know, they'd always joke, you know, a mechanic needs his wrench. So people used to mod me like crazy just for that reason. It was just kind of comical. You know, they all knew it was just an honorary. Hell, I even had a wrench in some of the troll channels, which was hilarious, just for that same reason. You know, but you know, they all knew I was never going to abuse it because that's just not who I am. So yeah, I've been a mod all over the places. Yeah, my brain no worky right now. It's only running on 2 hours of sleep, so definitely gonna have to tap you guys for ideas or conversation topics, or because I am autopilot brain right now. Yeah, I remember that, Brett. You kind of had a little bit of a drama situation where people were kind of attacking you about being mods and channels and stuff like that. I remember vaguely hearing about it, and you know, whatever, and you turned in a whole bunch of your wrenches and asked people to unmod you. I don't remember the particulars, nor do I really care to get into it, you know, either way. I just remember it happened. Oh. Definitely a lot more peaceful and relaxing and less stressful today. I mean, I cannot even explain to you how stressful it is to put 2 weeks worth of work into something and thinking that you worked out all the bugs and you know you're going to have a perfect stream and you're going to have good quality and everything's going to work awesome, just to turn into a complete shit show the first time you go live. And, you know, I made that short post about, you know, come see me, I'm going to be alive, you know, and it just turned into a nightmare of trying to keep the stream up. it just, yeah, that was just, yeah. That was very stressful. You know, the couple of disconnects we had today were very minor. You know, definitely lot better experience, a lot happier with the way things went. That is awesome. That is awesome to hear, Brett. You know, it's, I mean, not to poke you too much about it, but yeah, all these online relationships that you were having, you know, with people that lived in a different country than you, and the feasibility of you guys actually meeting in person was like extremely limited, was very not healthy, I don't think. I don't think that was good for you. So the fact that you actually found somebody and, you know, that you guys are comfortable enough with each other that you live together is great. Me personally, I just got out of a relationship. I just, you know, I just wasn't feeling it. It wasn't the situation I wanted to be in, you know. I mean, once you know, at my age, you know, I was in a 15-year, I think 15-ish year marriage that was just toxic. And I am in no way saying that this person was toxic, but I mean, I can tell I wasn't happy, you know, and I wasn't getting what I needed out of the relationship. So, you know, it was just better to not be in a relationship. And, you know, that frees me up that when I feel that I want to re-enter the dating pool, which I'm not really in a rush to do, I can now pursue that freely, and, you know, it's all good. You know, there are so many, what really killed the relationship, to be perfectly honest, was nothing really to do with the person. It was, I wanted to do things where I don't work over the winter, so I would like to travel and go to Florida or Texas and find a winter job where the weather's nicer. And this person is not going to be leaving their job and would not have that availability and wouldn't have been able to handle me being gone that long. So that's, you know, that's problem number one. Two, I like to get into my little projects, you know, like doing all the electronic and computer work to get this stream going and get the technology with that, and you know, whatnot. And I like working on my cars and stuff like that. So it honestly doesn't leave a lot of free time for somebody that has no interest in those hobbies, you know. And I felt like I wasn't being true to myself, because to keep that person happy, the only thing I could do is pretty much just sit on the couch and watch TV next to them, because if I did anything else, you know, then they were bored or they were lonely, or, you know, or whatever the case is. And, you know, even if I told them, you know, here, yeah, I'm working on this, I'm going to be here all day. They know exactly where I am, what I'm doing. They know it's a big project, but then I get, you know, several calls a day. And it's like, you know, those kind of interruptions when you're sitting here trying to, you know, put an engine in or a transmission, and then your phone goes off, you know, it just is what it is. So, you know, it's just, you know, for right now, I think I'm just, at this point in time, I'm better off being single. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that's bad or good, or, you know, what it is. You know, but at least it's honest, you know. It's some honesty. Oh. Half tempted to turn Fry's radio station back on to kill the silence. Yeah. Problem for me though is that when I do decide to get out into the pool, being in the industry I'm in, organically meeting somebody is just nearly impossible, because any females that I would interact with either are the oddball in an all male industry. So either they're getting hit on constantly, and then, you know, force field goes up. So even if I was interested, I'm one of, you know, how many men they interface with every day. So a lot of times that's just not a situation that's I'm looking for a sophisticated word for it, but, you know, a situation that is good for that type of interaction. I guess good will have to work in there. I was looking for just trying to show off my vocabulary, I guess. I don't know, use a better word. Eric, gotta go. Great stream. Have a great day, gang. All right, thank you, JFL, for coming in. Appreciate it. Have a great day too. And, you know, really I go to the grocery store maybe once every 2 weeks, maybe once a month, if that. I don't currently have a working washer and dryer, so I have to go to laundromat, but when I say I have a shitload of clothes, I have a shitload of clothes. So, I mean, I don't have to go do laundry. A lot of times I'll go to this one laundromat. I'll use practically every machine in the damn laundromat, and I'll be done with, you know, a couple of months worth of laundry in like an hour. So I'm not really there very often. Yeah. So I mean, there's just not a lot of organic places. I don't, you know, during the week, a lot of times, you know, I get up so early in the morning, I've only got a couple hours to wind down, and I'm just kind of burnt out from all the driving. So I go home and I do a little project, or I watch a little TV, and I go to bed, get ready for the next day. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know where organically I'd run into somebody. That just seems to be the problem. You know, and there's not a lot of like meet and greet get-togethers like there were back in the days. I mean, back when I was younger, back in my teens, my 18s, whatever, we all had CB radios. Getting back to the, conversation about CBs, and we'd all meet up before, and this was before cell phones, so we all had like certain spots that everybody in the town, knew that, oh, it's Friday night, it's Friday, it's Saturday, it's usually Sunday wasn't that big of a deal, wasn't that big of a day. But, Fridays and Saturdays, it was like every night. You didn't have to have a cell phone. You knew everybody was going to be at this certain spot. So, somebody would drag one of their friends that had never been there before, and all of a sudden, fresh meat, the group just kept growing, it was organic. It was easy to meet somebody that way. Then cell phones kind of came, and, people could start interacting directly, and they didn't have to go out to the hangout places anymore to meet up with their friends and, other people. And it became more of a, I don't know, tight-knit, maybe, or isolated. Isolated sounds like a good word. I think isolated experience, because, you know these certain people, and you only interact with those people, and the opportunity where being in a group, just a general group like that, and having rando people show up, just was gone, because you want to go hang out with your buddy Mike, you just call Mike, So that's definitely the downside of technology, is we have definitely lost in a sense, at least that on a local sense, we've lost that unity and that ability. I don't know if unity is the right word, but the ability to just kind of have those kind of experiences. I mean, granted, the World Wide Web has kind of made this be what it is, but, as much as I enjoy my viewers, and, I'm pretty sure people enjoy me and stuff, we all live in different states. We're not going to go and have a barbecue next weekend and, make each other food, all that stuff. It's just not, it's not going to be IRL, in real life. It's, maybe if we happen to be in the same town and, whatever, we might meet up, but it's not, it is what it is. It's a different type of relationship, friendship, I guess. Ugh. That wave of tiredness is starting to catch up to me. I'm glad I'm 24 minutes away from the shop. Another 40, so I got another 64 minutes roughly, plus time to take down the equipment. So probably 70 minutes before I get home. How many people we have watching now, just out of curiosity? I guess I pretty much know the way home. I can turn off my GPS and I can actually look myself. Twenty-one people watching. At least according to the little graphic on the live screen. At least that's. Oh wait, it wasn't live. It wasn't a live view. 13. There we go. I was looking. I refreshed. I was still back where we were loading up the trailer. Oh, but 53 likes. That's nice. So even though we've only kind of sustained, probably about 20 viewers at any given time, we've at least had a total of like 50, well, I liked it too, so 50, 55 people that have come in and out and took the time to actually hit the like. So that doesn't count all the people that just were lurkers. So that's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. Got one turning left, one turning right. Which way do I go, George? Which way do I go? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, Ben. Well, thank you for the watch hours. I appreciate it. Every hour watch definitely helps with the get to the monetization. I don't really know if it's going to matter. Obviously, the channel's pretty small, but anything that can come in to kind of help offset some of the expenses is nice. And I do appreciate the capital letters. Even though I do have a tablet with a fairly big screen, it really does make it a lot easier to read. Some people sit here and are like, "Oh, stop yelling!" Blah 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 blah. Because capital letters is the texting version of yelling. But I mean, as a driver that has to glance over and read something, I'll tell you, anything that can make it optically easier to read is extremely appreciated by anybody that does streaming, that actually reads their chat. I can't tell you how nice that is. All right, I guess my brain's kind of fried, so I mean, if you guys got any questions, go feel free to ask. Definitely willing to talk. I'm on autopilot brain-wise. I can't. I've been sitting here trying to think, what can I talk about? What, I literally just, I'm focusing on driving. My brainy no work right now. It says I abused it too long. It just wants to go home and shut down. But the good thing is I got all day tomorrow. So technically I could just go home and go to sleep. Because I've got tomorrow and all weekend to futz with stuff. So where I was planning on working tomorrow, I was going to have to fix some of the other issues, like my text-to-speech that isn't working, that should be working. I now could put that off till tomorrow. Or till tomorrow. So I actually could go home and go to sleep. That'd be nice. I've got a question. I asked this before. I didn't really get a response to it. I don't know. Maybe it just was the wrong group, or the people just weren't interested in it. But my question is I've seen quite a few streams where they have like games where you can interact with some of the bots to like place bets, and do little different chat games in the actual stream, which one helps with engagement, which helps, the algorithm for YouTube and all that. Are there any games like that you guys have seen that are ones that you would like to see come onto the stream? And if so, what are they called? Ben said Ice Road Trucker Lisa Kelly does lives and asks for all caps. Yep. Definitely helps. Hola. Hola, which means hello, I believe. Aloha. Aloha. So it sounds like Hawaii. Wendy. Hello, Wendy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? Not a name I particularly remember. Do you happen to be new to the channel, or have you been here before? Ah, Spanish. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish. I wish I did. Just not, haven't, I can count to like 13. I'm good at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. I can say a few curse words. But yeah, that's about all I can do. Although technically, if speech to text was on, it would broadcast the audio of what you're saying, and my smart glasses would translate it for me. So that would have been cool. But I don't know. I guess I could do that. I could do this. Can you translate that Spanish that's on my screen to English? Ah, the glasses can't see it because the glasses are too far away. It can't see the text close enough, is what it's telling me. So that would have been really cool. Let's see. Okay. Can you see the text now and translate it from Spanish to English? No, still can't see it well enough. Oh well. So the AI in the glasses complained that I was moving around too much, and the picture wasn't steady enough for it to be able to clearly make out the words. So if I had like a big sign it could see, it would have translated it for me. Or if I was parked and I could have kept everything for moving, because unfortunately, you get thrown around in a truck quite a bit, so it's quite an experience to get bounced around all day long. So it was too hard to keep a steady picture, I guess. Oh well. Oh, I've got to stop and get fuel. I forgot about that. So I won't be getting home quite as early as I am, and I won't be ending my stream quite as quick as I thought, because I'm still going to have to stop at the fuel station. That's a possibility. It would definitely help me speak to some of the employees. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, normally I usually try to be very interactive with the chat unless I can't. And for whatever reason right now, the chat's kind of a little quiet, so I usually bounce off of interactions with the chat, and that's kind of how my stream goes, is somebody brings up a topic, we have a conversation, and we talk about those topics, and when the chat gets quiet, I kind of get quiet too. And then on top of it, I don't know if you were here for this, I was up till about 4 a.m. this morning, and I had to be up for work at 6, so my brain battery is just screaming right now. So I'm kind of in a in a autopilot, just drive, get home kind of mode. But definitely don't mind. More than welcome in the chat. Unfortunately, I will sit here and say that most of the people in my chat are, speak English. So I don't know how many people are going to interact with you if you're speaking in Spanish. Or, well, typing, I guess. The correct word would be typing in Spanish. I mean, I don't doubt there's probably a few, but I mean the mass number of people in my chat, I believe, just speak English. Yeah, it is definitely my bedtime. I am definitely going to consider going home and just going to bed and wake up tomorrow and fix all the broken stuff and do that. What was the thank you for there, Choctaw? Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, but the problem is that if you don't put the translations in, I'm not really learning. I might be learning to read Spanish if you put the Spanish in and then the English transition or translation. I may learn to read it, but then I wouldn't be learning to speak it. So I'm not 100% sure what that all accomplishes. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to put you on my on the phone screen real quick so you guys can listen to some of the music I made while I'm out of the truck fueling it up. And I will be right back. All right, just a real quick side note for you guys. I'll put it back to the music. The screen is going to go black because I'm going to have to probably leave the app because I have to use my phone to actually pay for the fuel. But again, like I said, because of the way mine's set up, I can disconnect and reconnect, and the live isn't going to go down. So the music will play. There just won't be any video. And I'll be right back after I'm done filling up. So don't go anywhere.
Late night toast stop, rain on the glass. Eric under the hood with his sleeves rolled back. One spark, one turn, then we came alive. He said, "Get back out there," and I said, "Let's drive on the road again." On the road again.
Hello, everyone. I am back. We ended up switching back to the main camera, I guess. I've got an automatic scene switcher, and I guess it's didn't want to stay on the music once I got disconnected, I guess. Fuel tank, a full thing of fuel. Only $341. Yep. Fuel's expensive. It is crazy expensive right now. Uh, just got the kitchen awning rolled out, table, chairs, out, screen door installed. Now I'm cleaning the glass door. Get the cat beds out, hummingbird feeders up. We made it spring. Cool. Yeah, when I get over to the shop, which is only a little bit away, I will set up the redirect over to your stream. See how you've asked me so nicely. I will go through the extra effort of trying to go into YouTube Studio, because YouTube can't make it easy. They can't just add it to the YouTube app or to the YouTube Studio app. Got to go into the web page, and I will set up the redirect. Does it just give me a list of people I follow, or do I have to put in like your channel name, or what do I have to do, Kimberly? And if you want to make it easy for me, if it is something I got to enter in, put it in the link. You know, if it's like your channel name or something, put it in the chat so I can just copy and paste it. Make my life easy, please. So that right there is my semi. I'm gonna have that getting fixed real soon. Maybe I can go on some adventures with that at some point in my life too. And for you that were here during the convoy, that's the trailer I took home Tracy's ambulance in. You guys probably remember that. Some of my stuff. Okay. Let's see if I can make this happen. Where'd that mouse go? Here, mousey, mousey. There it is. Okay. That's Kimberly. Got her exit. Gotta play. Window. No windows. YouTube. Very difficult to do, Kimberly. Kimberly. Yeah, I can't make it work. At least not now. Just wants me to say, hi, Kimberly, I love you. I'll have to set this up another time, get it so I can relatively easy. Not way too tired, and this is just turning into a cluster. So, all right, well, I've got a 3-minute exit video. Basically, a credit that sits here and lists anybody that donates or has donated during this stream to the channel. Any new followers, members, etc. And it'll just be a nice little list of